Chapter 1836. Although Fan Jinja had seen how powerful Yang Ming was, he did not give up. On the contrary, the resentment in his heart deepened. He must make Yang Ming pay the price. He must let Yang Ming know the consequences of offending him. Fighting for a woman with me is a dead end. However, Fan Jinja was not a fool. He did not dare to face Yang Ming head-on this time. He was going to use a roundabout strategy to start with others. According to his understanding and investigation, Yang Ming was Chun Mingyin's girlfriend, but now he was hanging out with Zhao Ying. If I tell this news to Chun Mingyin, let's see if Yang Ming will die or not. Hee. Thinking of this, Fan Jinja's injuries no longer hurt. He only felt that his whole body was full of strength. Niu Zhadan did not stop him. He fixed a tire for him and wished him a safe trip. However, he lamented in his heart, "Since you're looking for death, then don't blame me for not reminding you." But at the same time, another car was also driving towards Donghai. However, it was not on the old road, but New Dongsong Road. Xiaoqing and Zhou Jieje were sitting in the car. Both of them were invited by Sun Jie, so they came. The driver was Xiaoqing. She was driving Liu Weishan's Audi A6. Things were actually very coincidental. The situation at that time was like this. In the morning, Zhou Jieje came to the laboratory and saw Xiaoqing. So she said, "Sister Xiaoqing, I will stay in the laboratory at night. Can I stay with you?" "Why? Isn't Yang Ming back? You don't want to stay at home?" Zhou Jieje knew about Xiaoqing's matter clearly. Zhou Jieje was not a person who liked to be jealous, so the two got along very well. They talked casually. Sister Mingyin and Sister Lin went to Donghai to participate in the school's spring outing. Yang Ming also has something to do. "It is boring to leave me alone at home, so I will stay here," said Zhou Jieje. She used to call Lin Jiyun Sister Jiyun, but later everyone called her Sister Lin. Zhou Jieje was used to calling her Sister Lin. "Oh, go to the East Sea?" I remember now. Their economics department did go to Donghai to play. They seemed to go to the Sea Moon Resort. They even asked our computer science department if we wanted to go. Xiaoqing nodded. "But I remember that it is Sun Jie's property." Zhou Jieje naturally knew Sun Jie through Xiaoqing. She also saw Zhao Ying. She roughly guessed that Sun Jie and Yang Ming had some relationship. As for Zhao Ying, she couldn't see through her, but she didn't ask. Zhou Jieje felt that she was already very happy to be with Yang Ming. So for some things that could be seen, she just buried it in her heart and didn't say it to Chun Mingyin. For example, Jing Xiaolu's matter, Xiaoqing's matter, and Sun Jie and Zhao Ying, whom she met later. These people more or less had some unclear relationship with Yang Ming, but Zhou Jieje didn't mind. Really? So it is Sister Sun Jie's property. If I knew this, I would have gone with them. Sister Sun Jie should entertain me, right? Zhou Jieje had some regrets. She rarely went out to play. This time, she actually wanted to go with such an opportunity, but undergraduate students weren't allowed to bring their friends. Chun Mingyin was also the president of the student union. Naturally, she couldn't take the lead to violate the rules of the department, so Zhou Jieje didn't want to trouble her. However, now that she heard Xiaoqing say this, she regretted it. It was Sun Jie's territory. Her relationship with Sun Jie wasn't very familiar, but it wasn't strange either. She had eaten with Sister Xiaoqing several times, so if Zhou Jieje knew, she would definitely go. Anyway, it was Sun Jie who entertained her. It had nothing to do with the university. If they played together, the university couldn't control it. Xiaoqing was a little speechless. "Jieje, your mother also has shares in that resort. You don't know?" Zhou Jieje was stunned. "My mother's shares?" "Yeah. Sea Moon is one of the projects that your mother and the Donghai Sun family cooperated to develop. You don't know? It was just last year." Xiaoqing felt a little inconceivable. Zhou Jieje's family had shares in the Sea Moon project. How could Zhou Jieje not know? "At that time, I had a conflict with my mother because of Yang Ming's matter, so I didn't know what her company was doing," Zhou Jieje explained with a bitter smile. Later, she retired and went on a trip with her father. "I didn't have a heart to study what their company was doing, so I didn't know." Zhou Jieje said this and stuck out her tongue embarrassedly. "Sister Xiaoqing, when you said this, I regret it a little. If I knew that my mother had shares, I would have gone no matter what. It's not too late now. Jia, do you want to go? Do you want us to go too? Xiaoqing saw that Jia was a little disappointed, so she suggested. Anyway, now the research was coming to an end. There was no need to stay in the experiment every day. Us? Go now. Jia listened to Xiaoqing's words and was a little moved. Is it okay? I will call Sun Jie and ask. Xiaoqing said as she took out her mobile phone and dialed Sun Jie's phone. On Sun Jie's side, the phone was quickly answered. Hello, Qing. Why did you think of calling me? You should be in the research room at this time, right? Can I call you when I'm done? Xiaoqing said with a smile. Jia, and I want to go to your Hai Mingwei resort. How about it? Do you welcome us? Even if you're not welcome, you have to welcome Jia. Hai Mingwei has Jia's shares. When Anihua left, she transferred all her shares to Jia's name. It's just that she, the major shareholder, hasn't come to inspect her industry in Donghai. That's fine. Let's go now. Right? Chen Mingyan and Lin Jiyun also went today. Xiaoqing hesitated and said, Our school's economics department's activity is at your hotel. Zhao Ying also went. Oh, I really don't know about this. It should be the hotel's manager who contacted the business. I'm still in the head office. Sun Jie said, If this is the case, then I will go and join in the fun. Are you coming over now? Okay, let's stay in the same room. We can find Zhao Ying. Xiaoqing said, Then we will go now. No problem. I will go over after I finish these documents. Tian Donghua, this kid is still not mature. Third uncle, and I have to keep an eye on him. Sun Jie said helplessly. See you later. Done. Xiaoqing hung up the phone and said to Zhou Jia, Let's go. We'll go now. So Xiaoqing and Zhou Jia also embarked on the journey to Donghai. The few girls were about to meet in Donghai. Chapter 1837. Xiaoqing and Zhou Jia went light. Zhou Jia was half the owner of the hotel, and the other half was Sun Jie. So, when Xiaoqing went, it was like on her own territory. Why would she bring anything? At the entrance of Donghai Hai Mingwei Resort, Xiaoqing saw Sun Jie's Audi R8 sports car. She honked twice, and Sun Jie ran out of the car. She glanced at Xiaoqing in the A6 behind her. Then she smiled and ran over quickly. Qing, why are you driving this car? It's my godfather's car. I don't have my own car. Xiaoqing shrugged. I'm not as rich as you. I'm a dean. How much is my monthly salary? How can I afford a car? Who asked you to buy it? Let your godbrother buy it. He's so rich. It's a waste not to spend it. Sun Jie looked like she was going to eat a big shot. I was going to ask him to give me a car. Oh, you're a big boss. And you still need someone to give you a car? Asked Xiaoqing. Yang Ming doesn't care about my business. He gave it to Tian Donghua. Sun Jie said, Yang Ming has a lot of money. What's this? Xiaoqing shook her head. She really didn't know that Yang Ming was so rich. She didn't ask. But in the past year, Yang Ming's growth was too fast. From Yang Ming, who first participated in the Hong Kong auction and earned his first pot of gold, to Yang Ming, who didn't even care about Sun Jie's business. Xiaoqing couldn't believe it. However, for such an excellent man, all of this was not accidental. Otherwise, how could a few of them fall in love with him at the same time? Sister Jia is here too? In the evening, do you want to learn from me when I serve young Master Yang? Sun Jie already knew the relationship between Zhou Jia and Yang Ming, and Zhou Jia also knew her relationship with Yang Ming. So Sun Jie spoke without thinking. I don't want to. Zhou Jia suddenly thought of the scene when she saw Yang Ming and Xiaoqing in Xiaoqing's dormitory that day. She suddenly felt a little hot, and her little face couldn't help but blush. Don't want to study? Do you want to be with us? Sun Jie continued to tease Zhou Jia. Sister Xiaoqing, look at Sister Sun Jie. She always says something embarrassing. Zhou Jia lowered her head in embarrassment. Don't bother with her. She's just like that. Xiaoqing was speechless as she explained. You'll get used to it. Oh, Zhou Jia blushed and nodded. Habit? How would he get used to it? If he lived with her in the future, wouldn't he be embarrassed to death by her? Okay, I won't tease you anymore. In fact, you misunderstood. Sister Jejia, I just meant to massage Master Yang's back. Hee hee. Sun Jie smiled. I didn't think about it. Zhou Jejia's face was redder. She complained about Sun Jie in her heart. I'll find you a place to stay first. Sun Jie said, Yang Ming hasn't arrived yet. The spring outing group of your school's economics department is very experienced. They will probably arrive at noon. At that time, I will arrange for Yang Ming and Zhaoing to stay at your place. There are luxurious villas here. Let's stay in the villas together. Yang Ming is coming too. Xiao Qing and Zhou Jejia were stunned. They didn't expect Yang Ming to come too. Yeah, he came with Zhaoing. Didn't you know? Sun Jie looked at Xiao Qing and Zhou Jejia with some doubts. I didn't know. He actually came with Zhaoing? Xiao Qing was a little surprised. Shen Mingyao seems to be coming too, right? Then I don't know how Master Yang will arrange it. Sun Jie didn't worry about this. Get in the car first. I'll take you to the villa. This was Sun Jie's territory. It was easy to find a villa. Sun Jie drove in front, and Xiao Qing followed behind. After a while, they found an independent villa with a view of the sea. Sun Jie parked the car in front of the villa, and then Xiao Qing also parked the car in front of the villa. Let's go. Let's go up and talk for a while. When Yang Ming comes, I will ask him to come directly. As Sun Jie said this, she took Zhou Jejia and Xiao Qing upstairs. This villa is so big. Isn't it too big for just a few of us to live in? Xiao Qing looked at the luxurious decoration of the villa and asked hesitantly. This villa was originally reserved for me. I have never let others live in it, Sun Jie said. Jejia, the major shareholder, didn't say anything. Qing, are you not willing to do it first? And okay then. Xiao Qing could only nod. In fact, this villa had a feeling of home, which made Xiao Qing a little panic. She didn't want her relationship with Yang Ming to be exposed, but Sun Jie unexpectedly knew about it. Because Zhao Ying and Sun Jie became sisters, she naturally knew about Xiao Qing's matter. Zhou Jejia was even more surprised to see Xiao Qing and Yang Ming together. This made Xiao Qing shy and embarrassed at the same time. She never thought about being with Yang Ming because she didn't know if she could pass the test of her godfather, Lu Weishan. Secondly, Yang Ming was in school every day, so this relationship couldn't be made public. So, Xiao Qing's thoughts were a little dull. She never thought that one day she could live with Yang Ming and live under the same roof as Yang Ming's other women. Now, in this villa, Xiao Qing suddenly had a feeling of home. This feeling made her panic, but it also made her feel happy. Zhou Jejia's topic was always about computers and the internet. She could only find common topics with Xiao Qing. The three people couldn't always talk about Yang Ming, so Zhou Jejia naturally talked to Xiao Qing about computers. Sun Jie, on the other hand, was bored and dialed Zhao Ying's phone. Yang Ming and Zhao Ying were already a certain distance away from the team in front. Although little Wang drove very fast, it was still impossible to catch up in a short time. Zhao Ying's phone suddenly rang. Zhao Ying originally thought it was Fan Jinja, but when she took it out, it was Sun Jie who called. It's Sun Jie's phone call. Zhao Ying glanced at Yang Ming and said, Then pick it up. Why don't you pick it up? Yang Ming smiled. He didn't expect that she and Sun Jie actually became good friends. This was really unexpected. Hello, Sun Jie? Zhao Ying picked up the phone. Ying, guess who is next to me? Sun Jie's voice came from the phone. Who is next to you? What do you mean? Zhao Ying was stunned. Sun Jie, what are you talking about? You didn't expect it, right? Qing and Jejia are here. Sun Jie smiled. They are next to me. Chapter 1838. Xiao Qing and Zhou Jejia also went. Zhao Ying was shocked and was a little embarrassed. Subconsciously, Zhao Ying thought that they were here to denounce her. After all, she was in the same car as Yang Ming, and they all went to Donghai. Zhao Ying was naturally nervous. Yeah, they heard that you and Yang Ming came, so they all came over. Sun Jie said with a smile. Zhao Ying was embarrassed after listening. She didn't expect Xiao Qing and Zhou Jejia to know that she and Yang Ming came over. Of course, It wasn't only Zhao Ying who was embarrassed. Yang Ming, who was next to Zhao Ying, was also very confused at the moment. If Xiao Qing came, then so be it. Why did you bring Zhou Jiejia? Yesterday, I swore to Qin Mingyan, Lin Jiun, and Zhou Jiejia that I was going to do something. In the end, the thing that I was going to do was to accompany Zhao Ying to Donghai to play. Ying, in fact, everyone's thoughts are the same as yours. They are all coming for Yang Ming, so you don't have to worry. Why don't you come? Let's have a good chat so that we can get along better in the future. And Zhao Ying listened to Sun Jie's words and couldn't help but be surprised and happy. Zhao Ying hadn't contacted Yang Ming's other women before. Even if she did, she rarely talked about Yang Ming because everyone naturally avoided talking about it. But now, listening to Sun Jie's meaning, it seemed that she was ready to talk about everyone's problems openly. This was also what Zhao Ying was willing to see and accept. She wanted to live with Yang Ming in the future. Naturally, she couldn't avoid the recognition of these people. If she could contact them in advance, that would be good for the future. Therefore, Zhao Ying only hesitated for a moment before agreeing. Then, we will wait for you to come. The villa has been prepared for you. Now, only you and Jiejia haven't really become Yang Ming's women. This time, it's up to you. Sun Jie said with a sly smile. Sister Sun Jie, you were so annoying. Although Zhao Ying had this impulse before, it was only a momentary impulse. Now that Sun Jie mentioned it again, she felt very embarrassed. Don't lie, Sun Jie said with a smile. Let's talk about it when you are here. We will wait for you. Zhao Ying responded shyly. When Zhao Ying hung up the phone, Yang Ming asked, Is it Sun Jie? And Sister Xiao Qing and Jiejia also went. Zhao Ying smiled bitterly. I didn't expect so many people to come when you accompany me. Zhao Ying was a little embarrassed. Originally, she just wanted to find a netizen to annoy Fan Jinja, but she didn't expect the person she found to be Yang Ming. Now, all the plans were disrupted, so Zhao Ying was a little overwhelmed. Let them go. Since you really want to wait for me to come back, you have to get to know them. Waiting alone is much lonelier than waiting with a group of people. Along the way, Yang Ming also figured out a lot. Although Zhao Ying was sometimes indecisive, she was particularly stubborn when she decided on something. Resigning from Songjiang No. 4 High School to study here as a graduate student had already reflected Zhao Ying's feelings. Yang Ming was very touched that she could silently like him for such a long time. After listening to Zhao Ying's defense about the netizens, Yang Ming was even more speechless. Originally, he wanted to have a showdown with Zhao Ying and let Zhao Ying put away her thoughts, but now it seemed that the hope was really slim. Especially after hearing the conversation between Zhao Ying and Sun Jie. Sun Jie invited Zhao Ying to have a good chat. When everyone got along well in the future, Zhao Ying was particularly excited and happy. Yang Ming knew that it was already very difficult for him to convince Zhao Ying. So, in this case, he could only leave everything to fate. Yang Ming sighed, but he gritted his teeth in his heart. Since Zhao Ying is added, then my responsibility is increased. I am not alone, and there are so many girls who care about me behind me. As a result, Yang Ming had to be more careful and strive to come back safely. Although leaving them behind and resolutely going to Yunnan was a little unfair to them. In the face of righteousness, Yang Ming could only put down the family matters. Elder Yu had to be dealt with. Otherwise, if he stayed, it would definitely be a disaster. I am the most likely person to end Elder Yu's life. If I don't do it, who will do it? However, because of Zhao Ying's intentions, Yang Ming's courage and confidence in his heart increased a little. No matter what, I must live. As long as I am alive, there is hope. You are willing to accept me? Zhao Ying looked at Yang Ming with some surprise. He was still making excuses before. How did he figure it out in such a short time? And Yang Ming nodded and suddenly pulled Zhao Ying's hand, making Zhao Ying, who had always been reserved, a little shy. We are all adults, and our thoughts are very mature. So if you insist on being with me, I can't stop you. I can only let nature take its course. Besides, it's not that I don't have feelings for you. If I think of you in the arms of another man, I am afraid my heart will be broken. Zhao Ying listened to Yang Ming's words and couldn't help but cover her mouth shyly. You can rest assured, even if you reject me, I won't like others. At most, I will be alone for the rest of my life. Then I can't let you go. In just a few minutes after listening to the phone call between Zhao Ying and Sun Jie, Yang Ming changed his mind. It was best to let nature take its course. Otherwise, if he firmly rejected Zhao Ying, I am afraid that Zhao Ying's heart will be more uncomfortable. And I won't feel good either. As I said, if Zhao Ying finds another boyfriend, I will be even more uncomfortable. If you don't let me go, then you have to be careful. Zhao Ying knew that she couldn't stop Yang Ming from performing the mission, so she could only encourage him behind his back. I will. Yang Ming had been thinking about this issue before. Little Wang overtook all the cars all the way, but in the end, he couldn't catch up with a large group of people in front. The previous delay was too much. When Yang Ming's car drove into the Sea Moon Resort, the others had already arrived. Several buses were parked in front of the accommodation building. There was no one in the buses. Obviously, the students had already stayed. Should I call Sister Sun Jie? Let her pick us up? Zhao Ying didn't know where the villa that Sun Jie mentioned was. No need. Let's look around first. Yang Ming hadn't been to this resort yet. The Sea Moon Resort was built very luxuriously. Yang Ming sighed. It was worthy of being a first-class resort in the provincial capital. Yang Ming let Little Wang drive around the resort. He saw a very luxurious beach independent villa with 2 cars parked in front of it. One was an Audi A6 with Song Jiang's license plate, and the other was an Audi R8, which was Sun Jie's car. Chapter 1839. Sister Xiaoqing and Sister Sun Jie are both inside. At the door of the villa, Zhao Ying was a little timid. Although Sun Jie already knew about her relationship with Yang Ming, and Xiaoqing also knew about this matter, she was still a little embarrassed to take a car with Yang Ming. It's okay. They're very easygoing. Yang Ming smiled and said, Let's go. Let's go in. Brother Yang, I'll wait in the car? Little Wang didn't know what he was going to do at the moment, so he asked, You park the car and come to the villa. There are plenty of rooms. You can live downstairs. Yang Ming said to Little Wang, That's fine too. I could be the gatekeeper. Little Wang nodded and waited for Yang Ming and Zhao Ying to get off. He parked the car side by side next to Xiaoqing's Audi A6. Congratulations to Ying for your success. When Zhao Ying entered the villa, she was shocked. She saw that Sun Jie, Xiaoqing, and even Zhou Jie were looking at her with a congratulatory look. Their mouths were also congratulating her. Zhao Ying suddenly blushed. She was so shy that she couldn't control herself. Sister Xiaoqing, Sister Sun Jie, you're making fun of me. How can I be making fun of you? We all have the same thoughts. It's just that you are reserved. Sun Jie walked over and held Zhao Ying's hand. Today, you're dating Yang Ming, right? We won't bother you. We are not here to compete with you for territory, but to cheer for you. Yeah, Zhao Ying, Jie and I are also here to cheer for you. Xiaoqing also said with a smile. If Xiaoqing was here to cheer for her, Zhao Ying could understand. But why would Zhou Jie also cheer for her? Isn't she on Chimingyan's side? Why would she support me? Zhao Ying looked at Zhou Jie with some doubts, not knowing what she was thinking. Sister Ying, don't be shy. In fact, I'm the same as you. I'm very persistent. I'm also very impressed that you can resign and come to Songjiang Industry University to be classmates with Yang Ming. Zhou Jie said to Zhao Ying in order to reassure her. In fact, Zhao Ying misunderstood Zhou Jie. She wasn't a person in any aspect. She had a good relationship with Qin Mingyan, but she also had a good relationship with Xiaoqing. Zhou Jie's own road to love was very bumpy. So for girls in the same situation as her, she felt a sense of closeness from the bottom of her heart. She would not stop them from pursuing their happiness. Zhou Jie's character of not fighting for anything was also destined for this. So she was still very sympathetic to Zhao Ying, the royal sister. She could be together with Yang Ming, but she couldn't just ignore others, right? Thank you. Zhao Ying was very moved. She thought that everyone would have a criticism meeting, but she didn't expect everyone to be so tolerant and understanding. This made Zhao Ying a little embarrassed. Thank you, everyone. Well, you don't have to be an outsider. In a while, we will let Yang Ming be proud. Sun Jie said, let's go upstairs and talk. Okay. Zhao Ying nodded without hesitation. She also wanted to get close to everyone from the bottom of her heart. Zhao Ying went upstairs under the pull of Xiaoqing and Sun Jie. Yang Ming looked at their backs and felt a little sad. It can't be, right? They just left like that. They don't care about me anymore. Hey, if you go upstairs, what should I do? Yang Ming couldn't help but ask. You can guard the door for us downstairs. You can chase away all the bad guys and little monsters. Sun Jie winked at Yang Ming, making Yang Ming have a feeling of infatuation. If it were other people, they might obediently go and be the door god, but Yang Ming's current immunity was relatively strong. He only lost his mind for a short while and returned to normal. Little Wang is the door god here. There won't be bad guys. I think I should go upstairs and see if there is anything I can help with. You can rest assured. We will help you to popularize your knowledge to Zhaoying first. We will definitely send her to your room at night. Sun Jie saw that Yang Ming couldn't be fooled, so she said with a smile, then I will wait. Yang Ming also knew that there might be something private between them, so he didn't disturb them. He smiled and said, then I will go to sleep first. I woke up too early today, so I need to get some sleep. When they came to the room upstairs in the villa, Zhao Ying, Sun Jie, and Xiaoqing were familiar with each other. However, because of the addition of Zhou Jiejie, Zhaoying seemed to be a little shy. She was a little unnatural and couldn't let go. Sister Ying, sit down. Zhou Jiejie sensibly took Zhao Ying's hand and sat next to her. Sister Ying, in fact, I have long known your thoughts. I am also clear. In fact, I am worse than you. Yang Ming didn't like me at first, but the hard days have finally passed. The dawn of happiness is in front of us. Zhao Ying listened to Zhou Jiejie's words and was very moved. Zhou Jiejie was a good girl. She was tolerant and stood aloof from worldly affairs. Of course, what Zhao Ying didn't know was that Zhou Jiejie used to be jealous. Otherwise, she wouldn't have gone to the teacher to complain to Yang Ming and Suya. But now, Zhou Jiejie had changed. Zhao Ying's heart was somewhat distressed for Zhou Jiejie. She had just looked forward to a beautiful future, but Yang Ming was going to leave. Can he come back this time? It seems that these people don't know about this matter. Only I know about it. Zhao Ying didn't know if she should say it. Forget it. Yang Ming didn't want me to reveal it. I shouldn't say it first, so as not to make everyone worry. After Yang Ming left, even if he didn't say anything, everyone would probably know about it for a period of time. Ying, welcome to our big family. Sun Jie reached out. Although we have known each other before, and we are good classmates, let's get to know each other again. We are all Yang Ming's women. I hope that we can get along well in the future. And I will. Zhao Ying shyly reached out and shook hands with Sun Jie. However, she was very happy in her heart. This meant that she accepted Sun Jie. Zhao Ying had been worried that Chun Mingyan wouldn't accept her. But now it seemed that her worries were superfluous because there were many women in Chun Mingyan's camp. Even Zhou Jiejie was pulled over to be a neutral party. Then, who was left on Chun Mingyan's side? Zhao Ying breathed a sigh of relief. Even if she wasn't accepted by Chun Mingyan, at least there were so many sisters here who accepted and tolerated her. Her previous worries were swept away at this moment. At this moment, Zhao Ying really opened her heart. Looking at the women who were sincere to her and tolerated her, Zhao Ying felt that she had nothing to hesitate and be reserved about. Chapter 1840. The hesitation and reserve in the past were entirely because of Chun Mingyan. Now, with Sun Jie as a good friend, what was there to be afraid of? If Chun Mingyan doesn't accept it, then she doesn't accept it. Isn't it good and happy for me to be with Sun Jie, Xiaoqing, and Zhou Jiejie? Moreover, Wang Xiaoyan is also on my side. In this way, even if Zhou Jiejie is neutral, there are 3 people who support me. With so many friends supporting me, what else do I have to worry about? Sometimes you may not be able to figure out a thing even after a few years, but sometimes you can figure it out in an instant. This was what it meant to be enlightened all at once. Sisters, first of all, Let's welcome Zhao Ying with a warm round of applause. Sun Jie said and clapped first. Under the influence of Sun Jie's atmosphere, the others also clapped. Of course, everyone was sincerely welcoming Zhao Ying, and they weren't just responding with false enthusiasm. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. Zhao Ying didn't expect everyone to be so enthusiastic. She was so excited. Today is the happiest day in my life. With your support, I am very happy. Hee hee. It will be great if everyone understands and tolerates each other in the future. Sun Jie said with a smile. Ying, since you have joined our big family, then I want to take this opportunity to say something to everyone. As Sun Jie said this, the smile on her face disappeared. Her body that was sitting on the sofa was a lot straighter. When everyone heard that Sun Jie was going to talk about business, they all put away their smiles. They looked at Sun Jie without blinking. They were all listening attentively. Sisters, I want to say something that is related to our happiness. Sun Jie said seriously. We all like Yang Ming, but everyone knows that Yang Ming's real girlfriend is Chun Mingyan. I believe that everyone knows what kind of personality Chun Mingyan has, and Zhao Ying should have a deeper understanding of it. It wasn't a secret that Zhao Ying was scolded as a vixen by Chun Mingyan at the temple fair. Many people knew about it, so it also proved that the relationship between Chun Mingyan and Zhao Ying wasn't good. They had a good relationship now, because Chun Mingyan felt that Zhao Ying and Yang Ming had no relationship. But once the two had a relationship, would Chun Mingyan accept her? This was a very important thing. Chun Mingyan was originally a narrow-minded person. Although she had changed and accepted Zhou Jiejie, Lin Jiyun, and Shuya, she couldn't accept the others, especially Zhao Ying, her former teacher, and Xiao Qing, her godsister. As for Sun Jie, Chun Mingyan probably wouldn't accept such a competitive character. Sister Sun Jie, in fact, Mingyan is just a child with a temper. She hasn't grown up yet, Zhao Ying explained in a low voice. Regardless of whether she is a child with a temper or not, now it is time to solve this problem. It is even urgent. Sisters, we are also Yang Ming's women. We are also his lovers. What if Chun Mingyan doesn't accept us in the future? Sun Jie said very emotionally. This matter, she had actually premeditated. Chun Mingyan was Yang Ming's official girlfriend, but she wasn't the best candidate for the master of the harem. Chun Mingyan was a little narrow-minded and liked to be jealous. Although she had obviously changed a lot during this time, Chun Mingyan probably still couldn't accept so many people. In order to avoid the proliferation of contradictions in the future, Sun Jie must come up with a solution. Yang Ming would live in seclusion in Island X sooner or later, but at that time, would everyone follow him or not? Chun Mingyan definitely had to follow, but what about the others? The others couldn't continue to stay in Songjiang, right? If at a critical moment, the contradiction suddenly broke out without any preparation, it would be a mess. It was better to take advantage of the situation now. It hadn't reached the point where the contradiction was irreconcilable and win over the women first. At least if Chun Mingyao made trouble at that time, they would be prepared. Although everyone felt that Sun Jie's words were a bit harsh, if they could be accepted by Yang Ming and be with him openly like Chun Mingyan, it was also everyone's wish. So at this moment, when Sun Jie raised the topic, no one would object. Everyone lowered their heads silently. People were always selfish. They could stand aloof from the world, but they also didn't want to be bullied. Sun Jie, if we talk about these topics, will it make Yang Ming embarrassed? Xiao Qing was more sensible and didn't want to add trouble to Yang Ming. No, I guess he knows that we're talking about this. He will be too happy. Sun Jie snorted. When it came to understanding Yang Ming's mind, Sun Jie still grasped it very accurately. We have solved this big trouble in his heart for him. He will definitely be very happy. Otherwise, he will have a headache. After listening to Sun Jie's words, Yang Ming, who was hiding under the stairs and using his special ability to peek at what they were saying, really wanted to applaud Sun Jie. This Fox Sun is really cunning. She knows what I am thinking. Indeed, the problem of whether these women could get along well in the future was a problem in Yang Ming's heart. He had been thinking about how to solve this problem before, but because he had to go to Yunnan to perform a special dangerous mission recently, Yang Ming didn't care too much about the coordination of the relationship between the women around him. It was not certain whether he could come back or not. Why would he care so much? Of course, if he could come back safely, it wouldn't be too late to study other things. However, since Sun Jie could help him solve this big trouble first, then Yang Ming was also happy to see such a result. He just didn't know if Sun Jie wanted to coexist peacefully with Chun Mengyan, or if she wanted to usurp power and occupy the position of the master of the harem. So, Yang Ming widened his eyes and was ready to see what Sun Jie would say next. This is a problem. Xiao Qing nodded and looked at Zhou Jiejie. Jiejie, what do you think? I don't want to hurt anyone. I don't know what to do. Zhou Jiejie shook her head with a pale face. Sister Qin Mengyan is very good to me. I don't want to hurt her, but Sister Xiao Qing also takes care of me. I can't let her down. Zhou Jiejie was a bit embarrassed. She had a good relationship with Chun Mengyan, but her relationship with Xiao Qing was also very good. She couldn't choose one of them and go against the other. Jiejie, I don't want to make it difficult for you. Sun Jie smiled after listening to Zhou Jiejie's words. We are just preparing a countermeasure. You can rest assured that I won't fight with Qin Mengyan, and I don't want to be the master of the harem. I just want everyone to unite and protect the interests of our sisters. Qin Mengyan doesn't want to accept us. If we don't work hard, then who can help us? Chapter 1841. After listening to Sun Jie's words, Yang Ming breathed a sigh of relief. Yang Ming was most afraid that Sun Jie wanted to compete with Chun Mengyan for something, such as the position of the master of the harem or the position of the official girlfriend. Yang Ming couldn't give these to her, because these were all promised to Chun Mengyan. Yang Ming couldn't promise Sun Jie again. If Sun Jie really wanted to compete for these things, Yang Ming would only be more difficult to be caught in the middle. Even if he didn't agree and didn't participate, he would be very worried at the same time. After all, how could Qin Mengyan be Sun Jie's opponent? If Sun Jie wanted to compete for the position of the master of the harem, then Qin Mengyan could only give it up. But now Sun Jie didn't want to compete for these. She just wanted to maintain their status and interests. She wanted Qin Mengyan to accept them. If Qin Mengyan didn't accept them, then they would join forces and force Qin Mengyan to accept them. Although this was somewhat unfair to Qin Mengyan, if Yang Ming stopped Sun Jie from doing this, it would be unfair to Sun Jie, Xiao Qing, and even Zhao Ying, who joined later. Both sides were unfair. Yang Ming could only pretend that he didn't know and didn't participate. As long as he didn't participate and didn't favor one side, then in the end, their conflict would be a conflict, and it wouldn't make any big trouble. However, once he favored one side, the consequences would be serious. If he favored Qin Mengyan, what about Sun Jie and Xiao Qing? If he favored Sun Jie, how could he help her to deal with Qin Mengyan? Women's matters should be solved by women. The most important thing was to not participate in it. Yang Ming sighed. Since Sun Jie was a woman who understood things, she shouldn't make it difficult for him. She knew how to make him worry less. Yang Ming smiled bitterly. He thought too much. Zhou Jiejie, who was in the room above, heard Sun Jie's words and sighed in relief. She nodded. As long as it's not against Sister Mengyan, if you just want to fight for everyone's interests and let Sister Mengyan accept you, then I will also support you. Zhou Jiejie's heart was actually very kind. She finally got together with Yang Ming. She also wanted others to be happy, so when she heard Sun Jie's words, she also expressed support. With Zhou Jiejie's support, Sun Jie was very happy. She didn't expect Xiao Qing to get Zhou Jiejie silently and let her stand on her own side. That, of course. Zhou Jiejie nodded with a red face. Hee, then since we have reached an alliance, let's discuss what we should do if Chun Mengyan doesn't accept us. Sun Jie said, let's brainstorm. Hearing this, Yang Ming didn't intend to listen anymore. As long as Sun Jie didn't take the initiative to go against Qin Mengyan and just wanted to protect their own interests, Yang Ming was relieved. As for what plans they had, Yang Ming didn't want to care. It was not good to know. It was better to give them some space. Fan Jinjia, first found a clinic to deal with the wounds on his face and body. He cursed Yang Ming's 18 generations of ancestors. After dealing with the wounds, he quickly drove to the Hai Mingware Resort in Donghai. Yang Ming, we can't do it openly. I will play dirty with you. See if I don't kill you and cripple you. Fan Jinja sneered and thought, aren't you with Xiaoying? Okay, I will tell this to Chen Mingyan. Let's see how you're going to die. Waha! Fan Jinja's mentality was very dark. He wanted to use Chen Mingyan to vent his anger for himself. As long as Chen Mingyan saw Yang Ming and Zhao Ying together, she would definitely make a big fuss with Yang Ming. At that time, Yang Ming would not be able to be with Zhao Ying, and he would have a chance. However, he must control the timing well. It would be best to let Chen Mingyan catch the adulterers when Zhao Ying and Yang Ming were alone in a room. This would be effective. Otherwise, if the two of them were only doing other things together, wouldn't his efforts be in vain if Yang Ming was better at defending himself? Therefore, Fan Jinja felt that he must hit the nail on the head. Fan Jinja drove into the Hai Mingware Resort in Donghai, but he did not go to meet with the group first. Instead, he was going to look for Yang Ming's car in the resort. In his opinion, Yang Ming and Zhao Ying would definitely not live with the group. They would definitely live alone. Fan Jinja felt a little uncomfortable when he thought of them living alone in a room. Damn, the woman I like is actually with someone else, and they are even living together? However, Fan Jinja didn't care anymore. This era was not the past. He didn't care whether it was original or secondhand. It was fine as long as he could get Zhao Ying. He had an extremely perverted possessiveness in his heart. It was not so strong before, but now, Yang Ming instigated Brother Zhadon to beat him up. He had reached the point where he couldn't live without revenge. Fan Jinja drove around the Hai Mingware Resort. He had already seen the school's buses, but there was no sign of Yang Ming's Audi A8 nearby. Where did this kid drive the car to? Fan Jinja was a little puzzled. He circled around the school bus and the dormitory building, but he still couldn't find any trace of Yang Ming's car. Could it be that he doesn't live in this building? Fan Jinja frowned and drove around the other buildings, but he still couldn't find Yang Ming's car. Could this guy have gone to live in a villa? Fan Jinja thought, Yang Ming seems to be quite rich, so it is possible for him to live in a villa. However, a villa is not easy to find. There are more than 30 independent villas here, and each of them is not close to each other. It would take at least 2 hours to go around. However, in order to take revenge on Yang Ming, Fan Jinja would not give up no matter how difficult it was. He drove around the resort, and finally he saw Yang Ming's Audi A8 at the door of an independent villa by the sea. Why is there an R8 and A6 here? Whose car is this? Fan Jinja frowned and suddenly slapped his forehead. He suddenly thought of someone. Could it be Sun Jiez? Could it be that Yang Ming wants to kill 2 birds with 1 stone? While Fan Jinja was envious, he was extremely jealous of Yang Ming in his heart. He also wanted to be in Yang Ming's position, but it was obviously impossible. It was already good enough to pursue Zhao Ying. Sun Jie shouldn't even think about it. That girl was a fox that ate people without spitting out the bones. He couldn't play with her. Chapter 1842. But this is also good. Who cares who Yang Ming is living with? As long as Chen Mingyan comes to catch him in the act, both Sun Jie and Zhao Ying can create big trouble for Yang Ming, so that he won't have the heart to care about other things. Fan Jinja took out his mobile phone and took pictures of Yang Ming's car for a long time. In order to make Chen Mingyan believe him, he must leave some evidence. Otherwise, what if Chen Mingyan doesn't believe him and doesn't come to catch him in the act? After Fan Jinja finished all this, he quietly drove away in his car. He wanted to wait until night fell. Then he would bring Chen Mingyan back and let Yang Ming die without a burial place. Yang Ming, this is what you get for offending me. You're dead meat. Fan Jinja's sinister laughter rang out, and he drove away. Yang Ming sat in the hall downstairs of the villa, watching TV in boredom. The TV here was a satellite channel with many movie channels. However, Yang Ming was not very interested in these. After watching for a while, he He felt that it was boring, so he casually switched to the local channel. Jiangyan City's Jiangyan Group's chairman, Lu Jiangyan, was hospitalized with a sudden heart attack today. He is still in critical condition and is still in critical condition. The Jiangyan Group's stock has fallen by the limit at the end of the day. A piece of news caught Yang Ming's attention. Jiangyan Group. Previously, Yang Ming had dealt with Jiangyan Group's Lu Huamei because of Jing Xiaolu Security Company. However, the matter was resolved later. Sun Jie's strong appearance made the Ming Yang Escort Company's name resound again. The move of paying first also received the approval of the public. Therefore, the incident that time did not bring any practical losses except for losing a large amount of money. As for the person who stole the money, Yang Ming also found his body. It was just that the money was not found. He believed that the masterminds behind the scenes were Lu Jinan and Lu Jifei. However, Yang Ming was too busy for a while, so he didn't have time to deal with them for the time being. It seemed that before he left, he should settle this matter. Otherwise, these two guys would think that I am easy to bully and they would feel at ease after taking a large sum of money. However, Lu Jianyan's father had a heart attack. If he was cured, there would be no problem. If he was not cured, then the Lu family and the Jiangyan Group would be in chaos. While watching the news, footsteps came from the stairs. Yang Ming looked up and saw Sun Jie, Xiao Qing, Zhao Ying, and Zhou Jie coming downstairs. Zhao Ying and Zhou Jie's faces were red. Obviously, Sun Jie and Xiao Qing said something embarrassing. But, when Yang Ming asked, Zhao Ying and Zhou Jie's faces were even redder. They looked at each other and saw the shyness on each other's faces. Although the content that Sun Jie said before was something that would happen on every girl's wedding night, it was too embarrassing for Zhao Ying and Zhou Jie, who had never experienced it before. Although Zhao Ying was prepared, and with Sun Jie's words before, she had opened her heart and integrated into this big family headed by Sun Jie. She didn't care whether Chen Mingyan would accept her or not. With so many sisters accompanying her, what was there to be afraid of? Even if Chen Mingyan didn't accept it in the end, it didn't matter. She wasn't alone. She still had so many close sisters to solve her problems for her. Therefore, Zhao Ying's previous scruples were all gone. At this moment, she was waiting for a suitable opportunity in the evening to really be Yang Ming's bride. Before he left, and before he went to perform the mission, he would have more responsibilities and more worries in his heart. In this way, he could protect himself more and know that at home, there was a woman who loved him waiting for him to return safely. Nothing. It's just a welcome to Zhao Ying, who has just joined the big family, and then popularize her with popular knowledge. Sun Jie smiled and said, "If you don't believe me, you can ask." Yang Ming naturally wouldn't expose Sun Jie. For what they had discussed before, Yang Ming also pretended not to know. Yang Ming knew these things in his heart, and there was no need to say it. So, Yang Ming pretended not to believe it. "Really, Sister Ying?" And Zhao Ying nodded shyly. Although she didn't want to admit it, after all, this matter was too shameful. However, if she didn't admit it, Yang Ming would definitely ask what they said. Then, it was possible to expose the sister benefit unity plan that Sun Jie had mentioned before. When the time came, wouldn't it be betraying Sun Jie if Yang Ming knew about it? Therefore, Zhao Ying had no choice but to nod and admit it. It turned out to be like this. Yang Ming saw that Zhao Ying wasn't good at lying, but he didn't expose it. He just nodded. What did she say? "Well, Yang Ming, won't you know what I said tonight?" Sun Jie interrupted Yang Ming's question. She was afraid that Zhao Ying, this little girl, was too honest and revealed what she had said before, so she took over the conversation first. "We have unanimously voted to let Ying stay in the same room with you at night." Jie also agreed to this matter, and Zhou Jie also nodded. Although she hadn't slept in the same bed with Yang Ming yet, she had already established a relationship with Yang Ming, so Zhou Jie wasn't in a hurry. Sooner or later, she would be Yang Ming's woman, and she would also live in Yang Ming's villa. What was there to be anxious about? This kind of once-in-a-lifetime opportunity was still given to Zhao Ying. After all, Zhao Ying and Yang Ming didn't live under the same roof, and it was usually difficult to see each other. If she missed the opportunity of this spring outing, she didn't know when the two of them would meet again. Zhao Ying's heart was also at ease if the relationship between the two of them was confirmed as soon as possible. Therefore, when everyone was thinking about Zhao Ying was so moved that she wanted to cry. This was the kind of big family that she wanted. Everyone cared about each other and cared for each other. She didn't have to worry about being schemed against and envied all day long. If Ming Yin could put aside her own face and narrow-mindedness and integrate into it, how good would that be? Zhao Ying also knew that Yang Ming was developing an entertainment business in Island X at the moment. She also knew that Yang Ming's final goal was to live in seclusion on Island X, so everyone's harmony was quite important. Yang Ming, you accompany Zhao Ying to go out and walk around. She still has to go to the graduate school to register. No matter what, she has to show up properly in school activities. Otherwise, people will talk about it. Xiao Qing said to Yang Ming, "We have prepared some food in the villa. You can come back and eat at night. Let's go out and walk around." Yang Ming also wanted to walk around this scenic resort with Zhao Ying. Chapter 1843. The relationship between Zhao Ying and Yang Ming was intermittent. But now, Zhao Ying completely opened her heart and prepared to be with Yang Ming without hesitation. This had never happened before. Therefore, Yang Ming was also looking forward to going out with Zhao Ying. This was also the first real date between the two people. Yang Ming could see that Zhao Ying's mind was more determined than before, and she was more determined. Previously, Zhao Ying was still a little impulsive. After that, she returned to her hesitant temperament. But just now, after Sun Jie clearly welcomed Zhao Ying to join their big family, Zhao Ying became firm and determined. And Zhao Ying nodded shyly. Like a little girl, she lowered her head and held the corner of her clothes tightly. She didn't dare to look at Yang Ming. Yang Ming smiled, took Zhao Ying's hand, and went out of the villa with her. But looking at the backs of Yang Ming and Zhao Ying leaving, Sun Jie breathed a sigh of relief. These two people were really bumpy. They only came together now. Jie, do you have any thoughts? Sun Jie, as the big sister of several girls, naturally had to care about everyone's thoughts. No, I just think that sistering must be very happy now, just like when I was lying in the arms of Yang Ming. Every time I think about it, I feel that I am the happiest person in the world. Zhou Jie said with some emotion. I hope that Sister Ying will be happy. I also hope that Sister Ming Yin can be more tolerant of her. But Jie, our matter, it's better not to tell Chen Ming Yin now. Even if we meet in the future, we need an opportunity, a suitable opportunity. This will be good for both of us. For this kind of thing, it's better late than early. Our previous plan was just to make preparations to prevent unexpected events so that we wouldn't be caught off guard. I know. You can rest assured, Sister Sun Jie. I won't say it. I also know that if I say it now, Sister Ming Yin may not be able to accept it. Zhou Jie sighed. But our thoughts are the same. We all want to be together with Yang Ming. Of course, I understand. That's good. Right, I forgot to remind Yang Ming. He must be careful. Don't bump into Chen Ming Yin. Otherwise, he would be in trouble. It's his first date, and he was caught red-handed. Zhao Ying, this girl, shouldn't be scared out of her mind. Sun Jie suddenly thought of this very serious problem. No, Yang Ming is very careful and alert. He won't be so stupid to be seen by Chen Ming Yin. Xiao Qing believed in Yang Ming. She had confidence in Yang Ming's skill and alertness. I hope that he won't be blinded by love, or else there will be a family tragedy. Sun Jin nodded and smiled. Yang Ming and Zhao Ying went out of the villa. Yang Ming glanced at the car. Are we driving or taking a walk? Let's take a walk. I also want to take a walk. It's boring to drive, Zhao Ying said. You first accompany me to report to the graduate student and inform the supervisor. Then, we will go to the beach for a walk. How about that? Okay, let's go. Yang Ming smiled and held Zhao Ying's hand. Zhao Ying had been held by Yang Ming before, but at this moment, her mentality was different. This was their first date. Zhao Ying still trembled. Her palms were instantly full of sweat. She was a little nervous. Yang Ming, do you think we will bump into Chun Ming Yin? That would be so embarrassing. Moreover, it is easy to expose Sister Sun Jia and the others. Zhao Ying asked a little worriedly. It's okay. It shouldn't be so coincidental, right? At this time, Ming Yin and Ji Yun should be doing activities in the place where they live. Ming Yin is a student union cadre. She won't just go out and walk around, right? Yang Ming comforted Zhao Ying, and Zhao Ying listened to Yang Ming's comfort. She was relieved and nodded. That's good. I was really worried that Chen Ming Yin would bump into us. Last time at the temple fair, I was scared. Fortunately, I explained it clearly later, but this time if I bump into her again, then I can't explain it clearly. Hee, how can there be such a coincidence? Yang Ming smiled and shook his head. Hand in hand with Yang Ming, they came all the way to the residence of the graduate students. There weren't many people in the resort village at this time. There were only a few scattered waves of tourists, and they were all unfamiliar people. This made Zhao Ying feel a lot more at ease. In front of the residence of the graduate students, Zhao Ying broke away from Yang Ming's hand. We can't do it now. We have to be careful. Even if we aren't seen by Chen Ming Yin, it won't be good if others see us. You wait for me here. I will go up and register and come down. And that's fine. Then you go. I will wait for you here. Yang Ming also felt that it was inappropriate to accompany Zhao Ying up at this moment. Although graduate students didn't pay much attention to the school's art festival activities, it was hard to guarantee that someone would recognize them. It wouldn't be good if it caused unnecessary trouble. So, after Yang Ming let Zhao Ying go up, he stood next to the bus downstairs and waited for Zhao Ying. Zhao Ying was very quick. After greeting the tutor, she signed her name, indicating that she was going for a solo activity, and left. However, in a corner, an extremely resentful and fanatical gaze was staring at Zhao Ying. This person was Fan Jinja. If you wait, in a while, I will tell Chen Ming Yin where you and Yang Ming were having an affair. Let's see how you will die. Fan Jinja thought fiercely. His face was full of bruises, but he couldn't explain it to his classmates. He could only say that he accidentally got into a car accident and was bruised. Fortunately, after others heard about it, they didn't ask much. After all, there weren't many people who could distinguish between bruises and injuries. This didn't make Fan Jinja too embarrassed. Zhao Ying missed Yang Ming in her heart. Today was her first date with Yang Ming, so Zhao Ying didn't want to waste time. Like a little woman who fell in love, she quickly ran downstairs and wanted to be with Yang Ming. When she came downstairs and was about to run to Yang Ming's side, something happened. It was because Yang Ming suddenly saw that not far behind Zhao Ying, Chen Ming Yin and Lin Jian were walking quickly toward the graduate student dormitory. Chen Ming Yin obviously saw Zhao Ying's figure. She even waved at her and shouted Zhao Ying's name. However, Zhao Ying only had Yang Ming in her heart now. She didn't hear Chen Ming Yin calling her at all. She still ran quickly toward Yang Ming. Yang Ming was shocked. He didn't think that such a thrilling situation would happen. But life was full of accidents. The more he didn't want to happen, the more it still happened. Yang Ming wanted to say something to stop Zhao Ying from running over, but he couldn't. If he spoke, Chen Ming Yin would definitely hear it. At that time, not only would Zhao Ying be exposed, but he would also be exposed. Chapter 1844. Therefore, Yang Ming could clearly remind Zhao Ying, but he couldn't. Chen Ming Yin called Zhao Ying again, but Zhao Ying still didn't hear it. She still ran to Yang Ming with a happy face. Yang Ming's mind turned quickly. He couldn't turn around and run away. If he ran away, Zhao Ying would definitely call his name. Then, Chen Ming Yin would be even worse after she heard it. Yang Ming glanced at the bottom of the bus next to him and finally made up his mind. In order not to cause Zhao Ying's abnormal behavior, Yang Ming could only pretend to welcome and wait for Zhao Ying to come over. He would let Zhao Ying come over first. Sure enough, Zhao Ying didn't find anything strange and walked over. But the moment when Zhao Ying came over, Yang Ming suddenly hugged Zhao Ying's neck and pulled her to the ground with him. Then, they rolled under the bus together. Zhao Ying was shocked. She looked at Yang Ming in disbelief. She didn't know what happened to Yang Ming. Why did he suddenly take her to get under the bus? She just wanted to scream and ask, but she felt that her lips were sealed. Yang Ming realized that Zhao Ying wanted to scream. In a hurry, he quickly sealed Zhao Ying's mouth with his mouth. Oh, Zhao Ying didn't expect Yang Ming to be so bold. He actually pulled her under the bus to kiss her. Zhao Ying widened her eyes. Her beautiful eyes were full of shyness and joy. Chen Mingyan and Lin Jiyun came to the postgraduate student dormitory to study the social activities. Chen Mingyan, as a cadre of the student union, naturally had to shoulder this responsibility. However, at the entrance of the postgraduate student dormitory, Chen Mingyan suddenly saw Zhao Ying coming out of the building. She was a little happy. She wanted to call Zhao Ying to participate in her activities, but after calling her twice, she found that Zhao Ying didn't hear her. She hurriedly ran between the two buses. Sister Ying didn't hear it? Chen Mingyan had some doubts. Maybe it's because the wind is strong at night, and Sister Ying has something to do, so she didn't hear it. Lin Jiyun shook her head. Let's go and see. Chen Mingyan took Lin Jiyun to the space between the two buses, but she didn't see Zhao Ying's figure. She couldn't help but wonder, where's Sister Ying? I just saw her coming over. Is it? Lin Jiyun's eyes swept across the bottom of the bus next to her and saw Zhao Ying's skirt. She hesitated and kicked Zhao Ying's skirt under the bus. Then, she said, maybe she went far? Maybe she has something urgent. Zhao Ying was scared out of her wits under the bus. When she heard Chen Mingyan's voice, she grabbed Yang Ming's hand with her hand. She no longer cared about Yang Ming kissing her. Yang Ming could feel Zhao Ying's nervousness. He gently hugged her body and patted her back twice, indicating that she shouldn't be afraid. Suddenly, Zhao Ying's whole body trembled, because she suddenly felt that someone was kicking her. At this moment, Zhao Ying's heart was about to explode. Could it be that Chen Mingyan found me? However, Yang Ming saw it very clearly. The person who kicked Zhao Ying was Lin Jiyun. It was her shoe that kicked over. Yang Ming smiled slightly. This little girl must have found some clues, but she didn't say anything. Instead, she explained for Zhao Ying, perhaps Sister Lin should have noticed something, but she was afraid that Chen Mingyan would be angry, so she didn't say anything. Yang Ming patted Zhao Ying twice, indicating that she shouldn't be afraid. There would be no problem. It's also possible. Forget it. Let's go to the person in charge of the graduate student department. Let's study the social event. Although Chen Mingyan didn't see Zhao Ying, she didn't delve into it because she had business to do. The voices of the two gradually faded away. Apparently, they had entered the teaching building. Yang Ming was ready to move his mouth away from Zhao Ying's lips, but Zhao Ying seemed to be in love. In this case, there was a different kind of excitement. Zhao Ying hugged Yang Ming tightly, and her breathing was rapid. In fact, it wasn't the first time that they kissed. At the temple fair, they had already had an accidental kiss. This was the second time. Zhao Ying's heart was very nervous and excited. In the previous accidental kiss, there was no special relationship between the two, but now Zhao Ying had opened her heart completely. There was no scruples at all, so she became bold. This made Yang Ming not expect that in this environment and situation, Zhao Ying could still be so bold. After a long time, the two separated. Zhao Ying's face was red. She seemed to be shy about her previous behavior. Sister Ying, let's go quickly. After a while, when Mingyan comes out, we can't run away. Although Yang Ming also liked the feeling of two people lying under the car, if Chen Mingyan came out in a while, it wouldn't be fun. Yeah. Zhao Ying just remembered that there was still Chen Mingyan's matter. She was a little embarrassed. Then let's go quickly. Sorry, I was a little emotional just now. It's nothing. I can't wait to be happy. Yang Ming smiled and held Zhao Ying out from under the bus. Right? Who was the one who kicked me just now? Have they discovered us? Zhao Ying suddenly remembered that someone had kicked her skirt and asked quickly. It's Lin Jiyun. It's okay. She won't say anything. Yang Ming knew Lin Jiyun's temperament very well. He knew that she wouldn't complain to Chen Mingyan. Ooh, that's good. I was scared to death. It was really thrilling. Zhao Ying patted her chest. Let's hurry back to the villa. Don't let Chen Mingyan see us again. Originally, The plan of two people taking a walk could only be canceled at this moment. Zhao Ying was frightened. How would she dare to go for a walk? It wasn't a joke to be discovered by Chan Mingyan. Aren't we going to the beach? Yang Ming felt a little regretful. The first real date between the two people ended so hastily. I'm not going. Let's talk about it again in the future. I'm definitely not going today. Zhao Ying shook her head firmly. That's fine too. Yang Ming knew that Zhao Ying was frightened. If they went for a walk again, not only would it not make her happy, but she would also be worried. In that case, it was better not to go for a walk. Yang Ming took Zhao Ying and quickly left the graduate building. When they walked to the seaside villa, Yang Ming's phone rang. He picked it up and looked at it. It was a text message from Lin Jiyun. Are you and Sister Ying hiding under the bus? Let's go quickly. Sister Mingyan and I are going downstairs soon. Huh. Yang Ming looked at the text message and smiled slightly. It was Lin Jiyun who kicked you, but she also sent a text message to tell us to leave quickly. Chapter 1845. Sister Lin's heart is so kind. Zhao Ying was a little moved. It seemed that she was also a tolerant person. Yang Ming broke into a sweat. It seemed that Zhou Jia was neutral and Lin Jiyun was neutral. Wouldn't Qin Mingyan be alone? If she really had a conflict with Sun Jia, then she would be at a great disadvantage. Back in the villa, Sun Jia was preparing dinner with Xiao Qing and Zhou Jia. Sun Jia called the kitchen to send the ingredients in batches. Some of the fresh ingredients that were not prepared had been sent to purchase. Now the Sea Moon Resort had been completely handed over to Tian Donghua to manage. Sun Jia, the behind-the-scenes big boss, was also a hands-off shopkeeper. Why are you back so soon? Seeing Yang Ming and Zhao Ying coming into the house, Sun Jia felt a little strange. These two people just went out for less than half an hour. How come they came back? Zhao Ying's face was red. She didn't know how to explain it. This matter was a bit awkward. If she said it out loud, Sun Jia and Xiao Qing would laugh at her. Don't mention it. When we just arrived at the graduate students' accommodation, we met Ming Yin and Sister Lin. Yang Ming smiled bitterly. Sister Ying was scared to death. Then, were you discovered by them? Sun Jia was also a little surprised. She didn't expect Yang Ming and Zhao Ying to be so unlucky. They met Qin Mingyan on their first date. No, fortunately, Yang Ming discovered it in time and pulled me under a bus. Zhao Ying patted her chest with lingering fear. But almost. If Lin Jiyun didn't kick my skirt, my exposed skirt would have been discovered by Chan Mingyan. That was really a surprising moment. How was it? Was it exciting? Sun Jia was very interested in this. I heard that it is very exciting to have an affair in this situation. Did you do it? Of course we didn't. How would Zhao Ying admit it? She shook her head and denied it directly. In that situation, you would be scared to death. Why would you have an affair? Hee, if you didn't have an affair, why are you so excited? Sun Jia smiled and didn't expose Zhao Ying. She knew that Zhao Ying cared a lot about her reputation and was embarrassed. No, I wasn't excited. Zhao Ying quickly waved her hand. I was scared, ding dong. At this moment, the villa's doorbell suddenly rang. Who is it? Zhao was shocked and her hand in a hurry. Yang Ming looked outside the door and saw a young man in his teens holding a big fat fish and pressing the doorbell. Seeing this scene, Yang Ming smiled slightly. Little Jia, I'm here to deliver the fish. Did you order the fish? And Qing said that she would make fish soup for you, but there was no fresh fish in the resort. I asked Tian Donghua to send a child to catch a fish. Sun Jia said, and went to open the door. For Yang Ming's special ability, although Xiao Qing was the only one who knew the specifics, Sun Jia and Zhou Jia also knew about it. However, they had a tacit understanding with each other, so it was not surprising that Yang Ming could know in advance that it was a fish delivery. Sun Jia opened the door, and the boy in his teens moved the fish in. He looked a little shy. Sister Sun, where do you think I should put it? It's little Sun. Sun Jia obviously knew the child and called out to Yang Ming. Yang Ming, come and help. Yang Ming originally wanted to take the fish, but when the child saw Yang Ming coming over, he was suddenly a little excited. Pong! He threw the big fat fish in his hand on the floor and stared at Yang Ming. You are Yang Ming, brother Yang? The poor big fat fish had just come out of the water not long ago, so it was not dead yet. It was thrown on the floor and jumped back and forth in pain. However, the child did not care so much and looked at Yang Ming very excitedly. I am, and you are. Yang Ming looked at the child in front of him strangely. I'm Li Yixuan. Brother Yang, you don't know me, but I'm Tian Dongwang's classmate. I heard him talk about you. He really admires you and often tells me about you. He wants to be your disciple, so I'm going to be yours too. Li Yixuan said excitedly. Yang Ming was speechless. He then remembered that Tian Donghua had a younger brother called Tian Dongwang, who was a martial arts fanatic. Don't listen to his nonsense. Who are you going to be his disciple? He's a martial arts fanatic. Don't learn from him. I don't want to learn martial arts. I just admire the things you did, especially when I heard from Brother Donghua that you saved Sister Sun's family and even caught Brother Donghua's father. That's so awesome. You're like a legendary figure. Li Yixuan continued to chatter. I'm working for Brother Donghua now. He often tells me about your deeds. We're all your fans. Since you're working for Donghua, then do your job well. You'll be successful in the future too. Yang Ming was speechless as he patted Li Yixuan's shoulder. You're not going to school? Why are you helping out here? My family is poor, so I'm not going to school anymore. Dongwang introduced me here to help out, but Brother Donghua is pretty nice to me. Li Yixuan was very satisfied with his current situation. Li Yixuan picked up the fish on the floor a little embarrassedly and handed it to Yang Ming. Yang Ming took the fish and carried it into the kitchen. Li Yixuan had already turned to leave. Yang Ming couldn't help but shake his head. This kid was pretty interesting. Yang Ming remembered that Chun Mingyin's desk mate was called something like Sun Lai. He couldn't remember if it was Li Yixuan, but there were too many people with the same name in this world. It wasn't rare for them to have the same name. Sun Jie and Xiao Qing went to the kitchen to prepare dinner. Zhou Jie and Zhaoing also went to help. Yang Ming, on the other hand, didn't have anything to do, so he went to Little Wang's room. Without Yang Ming's orders, Little Wang didn't dare to come out of his room. He didn't dare to say anything either. When he heard Yang Ming knock, he quickly opened the door for him. Brother Yang, you're here. He was still holding his phone. Xiaoran, I'll talk later. Brother Yang's here. With that, he hung up. Clearly, he had been chatting with his girlfriend the whole time. Chatting with your girlfriend? Yang Ming didn't expect Little Wang to be chatting, so he didn't want to disturb him. There's nothing to do. I'm just calling. There's nothing important. I'm just talking about some trivial things. Little Wang waved his hand indifferently. Brother Yang, are you looking for me? I don't have anything to do. Yang Ming lowered his voice. You should pay more attention when you're guarding the door at night. See if your sister-in-law Meng Yin is looking for me. If she is looking for me, you should use your phone to text me. Chapter 1846. Okay, Brother Yang, no problem. Little Wang was slightly stunned and nodded quickly. Yang Ming smiled helplessly. If Chun Mingyin didn't doubt it, it would be better. If she was suspicious and came to the door, it would be a bit bad. Little Wang obviously understood Yang Ming's difficulties, but he said with envy, Brother Yang, you don't have to worry too much. I'm a little envious of you. However, I have little Ran, which is enough. Soon, Sun Jie, Xiao Qing, and Zhou Jie prepared dinner and called Yang Ming out to eat. Yang Ming brought Little Wang out. Little Wang was afraid that he would be a third wheel, so he wouldn't eat at the same table as Yang Ming. No matter how Yang Ming persuaded him, he shook his head and refused. In the end, Yang Ming couldn't be helped. He could only ask Zhou Jie to separate the dishes on the table for Little Wang so that he could go back to the room to eat. Yang Ming, what do you think of today's meal? Can you guess who made each dish? When Little Wang returned to the room, Sun Jie came over and asked with a smile. Ugh. Yang Ming looked at the table full of steaming and fragrant delicacies. He couldn't help but drool. He really couldn't guess who made the dishes. Although Yang Ming had X-ray vision that could see through everything in the world, the dishes didn't have names. Yang Ming couldn't determine who made each dish even if he had X-ray vision. I guess this fish soup was made by Qing Qing, right? Yang Ming shamelessly picked up the spoon and tasted the fish soup on the table. And it was indeed made by Ching Ching. Sun Jie nodded and said after taking a deep breath, "But it doesn't count, because I have told you before that Ching Ching wanted to make fish soup for you. How can this be counted as you guessed it? Guess again." Yang Ming smiled bitterly. He didn't expect to be seen through by Sun Jie. He tasted the eggplant with garlic sauce on the table again. Although Yang Ming lowered his head and didn't look at the expressions of the women, he secretly paid attention to the expressions of the women with his special ability. When Yang Ming ate the eggplant with garlic sauce, Yang Ming noticed that Zhou Jie's expression changed slightly. She was a little expectant and a little nervous. Yang Ming smiled slightly. It seems that this dish was undoubtedly made by Zhou Jie. So, Yang Ming looked up and said with a smile, "This eggplant with garlic sauce is really delicious. But who made it? Let me guess." "Then you guess. See if you can guess it." Sun Jie didn't believe that Yang Ming could guess it, so she asked with a smile, "And I guess you definitely didn't do it." Yang Ming looked at Sun Jie and said, "What kind of guess is this?" Sun Jie said with some disdain, "If you have the ability, guess who made it. Don't use the method of elimination. I'm not afraid to tell you that I really didn't make it." Well, then I will say it. Don't be too shocked. I guess this was made by Zhou Jie, Yang Ming said with certainty with a smile. The women looked at Yang Ming in surprise. Even Sun Jie couldn't help but widen her eyes when she heard Yang Ming's words. "How did you guess?" "Of course I ate it." Everyone added love in it. "I tasted it." Yang Ming said seriously, "You're just a blind cat. If you have the ability, guess something else." Sun Jie didn't believe in Yang Ming's so-called love theory. "Okay." Yang Ming nodded and lowered his head. He looked at the spicy, shredded tofu and put it in the innermost part. He pretended to taste it very carefully. Zhao Ying was slightly nervous. This spicy shredded tofu was made by her. Yang Ming praised Zhou Jie before. She was afraid that Yang Ming would say that the dish she made wasn't delicious. That would be too embarrassing. Just when Zhao Ying was very nervous, Yang Ming looked up and shook his head. "And this spicy shredded tofu is also very delicious. It's fragrant and spicy. Not bad, not bad. I will eat another bite." Zhao Ying was overjoyed when she heard it, but everyone agreed before that she couldn't show it. So, she quickly kept a straight face and didn't let Yang Ming see any clues. Don't always say something that isn't reliable. Quickly guess who made this. It's not too late to eat it after you guess it right. Sun Jie said with a hum. "Then let's guess first." Yang Ming nodded. "I guess this was made by Zhao Ying, right?" Zhao Ying was surprised and covered her mouth. She looked at Yang Ming in amazement. "How did he guess it?" It seems that I guessed right," Yang Ming said with a smile. "How is it? I'm quite good, right?" "Not counted." Again, Sun Jie frowned. "You just have to guess one more time, then you pass." Sun Jie was also puzzled. How did Yang Ming know? She had been observing Yang Ming's actions and the actions of the girls. When Yang Ming tasted the dishes made by Zhou Jie and Zhao Ying, their faces were full of anticipation. But when Yang Ming raised his head, they restrained themselves. Yang Ming shouldn't be able to see it. Could it be that this kid really has some special ability? As Sun Jie thought of this, she felt that it was possible. Yang Ming didn't see Li Yixuan deliver the fish, but he guessed that Li Yixuan would deliver the fish. Then, he must have some unknown means. It seemed that when Yang Ming lowered his head, he couldn't show any emotions. Otherwise, Yang Ming might notice it, but Sun Jie couldn't say anything to remind him. "Let's do it again." Yang Ming lowered his head and reached for a sweet potato ball with his chopsticks. He picked one up and put it in his mouth. Sun Jie was overjoyed, but she still had no expression on her face. Because the sweet potato ball that Yang Ming was eating was made by her, as long as she didn't show any emotions, Zhao Ying, Xiao Qing, and Zhou Jie wouldn't have any special expressions. Yang Ming ate the sweet potato ball while secretly observing everyone's expressions. Why isn't anyone looking forward to it? Could it be that the sweet potato ball wasn't made by them, but was bought from the restaurant? That was impossible. Yang Ming frowned slightly and suddenly thought of a possibility. That was that Sun Jia might have noticed his trick, and this little vixen deliberately put on a straight face and pretended that it had nothing to do with her in order to not let him notice any clues. If that was the case, then this sweet potato ball was made by her? Yang Ming nodded secretly. It seemed that his guess was very likely. Yang Ming smiled slightly and gave a thumbs up. Not bad, not bad. This sweet potato ball is no different from the ones in the big restaurants. I think it was made by little Jia, right? Chapter 1847. Sun Jia was really speechless. How could he guess it like that? Yang Ming guessed it right. This sweet potato ball was really her masterpiece. But how did Yang Ming know? How did you know? Sun Jia widened her eyes and looked at Yang Ming inconceivably. Of course, it was a guess. Yang Ming shrugged. Intuition. Sun Jia frowned. She didn't seem to believe Yang Ming's words, but it was no wonder. If Yang Ming guessed 1 or 2 dishes, it was possible. Even a blind cat could encounter a dead mouse. But he guessed 4 dishes in a row, which made Sun Jia suspicious. Even if Yang Ming guessed 1 or 2, there was no reason to guess 3 or 4, right? I don't believe it. Sun Jia shook her head firmly. You wait a minute. Go away first. I have something to say to the sisters. Really? Why are you talking so much when you are eating? Yang Ming shrugged. Let you guess. It's us who like you. If it were other men, they would be too lazy to play this kind of game with him. Sun Jia snorted. Okay. Then you say it. Yang Ming said helplessly. Then it's a deal. Guess the last dish. Otherwise, I can only look but can't eat. I might as well go back to sleep. All right, then the last one. Can we agree on it? Sun Jia nodded. That's fine. Yang Ming turned and walked away. He went to a place far away from the restaurant and sat down, waiting for the girls to discuss before going back. Sisters, did you find anything suspicious? Sun Jia had become the big sister of everyone. Yang Ming is a human, not a god. How can he repeatedly guess who made these dishes? If I remember correctly, Yang Ming should be in Little Wang's room when we were busy cooking, right? Yeah, I also think it's a bit strange. Zhezhi nodded and agreed. If it was just Sister Xiaoqing's fish soup, it is possible for him to guess correctly because Sister Qing said before that she would make fish soup. But the others... So, I think there's a problem. Sun Jia nodded. You may not have noticed it, but I noticed it. When Yang Ming tasted the dish, who made the dish, your faces showed a look of anticipation and nervousness. I guess this was seen by Yang Ming. So he guessed it so accurately. Sister Sun Jia, what you said is possible. Zhao Ying nodded. Maybe he noticed. Did you also show a nervous and expectant look? Xiao Qing asked with some doubts. I didn't. Sun Jia shook her head. However, I think it is because I didn't, so Yang Ming will doubt me and guess that this sweet potato ball was made by me. Oh. Xiao Qing was slightly stunned, and then she guessed something, so she said, You mean Yang Ming thinks that you are deliberately pretending to be indifferent because Zhao Ying, Jia, and I didn't show anything, but you are the most suspicious? Yes, that's it. Sun Jia nodded. I also guess so. So, I'm going to test it again. In a while, I will let Yang Ming taste another dish, and we have to pretend to be indifferent. Don't be nervous, and don't expect it. Let's see what he says this time. Okay, then it's decided. The girls nodded in agreement, because they were also wondering how Yang Ming guessed it. Yang Ming, you can come over. Sun Jia shouted to Yang Ming. Oh, I'm coming. Yang Ming stretched on the sofa, then stood up lazily and walked to the restaurant. Although Yang Ming was far away from the conversation between Sun Jia and the girls, he saw it clearly. Yang Ming laughed in his heart. Sun Jia, haven't you heard of a saying? Even the cunning fox can't escape the hunter's eyes. Yang Ming, you come and taste another dish. If you guess correctly, we will let you eat. Sun Jia said with a smile. It's just eating. That's not interesting. Yang Ming shook his head. I don't want to eat anymore because of you. I'm not hungry anymore. If you agree to some other conditions, I can consider making another guess. This, Yang Ming. Sun Jia put her boobs on Yang Ming's body. Good person, just guess again. At most, I will do whatever you want. We will do whatever you want. Yang Ming knew that Sun Jie's method of seducing people was first class, but he still couldn't resist the temptation. That's what you said. You can do whatever I want? Of course, if you don't believe me, you can ask Qing Qing. Sun Jie gave Xiao Qing a look. Although Xiao Qing didn't want to accompany Sun Jie, she didn't believe that Yang Ming could guess who made the other dishes without warning, so she could only nod with a smile. Xiao Jie's meaning is my meaning. All right then, Yang Ming nodded. Let's guess again. As Yang Ming said, he picked up the chopsticks and put it on a fried tofu. This was a very ordinary home-cooked dish, but it wasn't very easy to cook. If the tofu was fried too long, it would be burnt. If the time was too short, there would be too much water, and it wouldn't be delicious. The sauce behind the fried tofu was also a problem. First, it was the taste of the soup. Secondly, it couldn't be cooked too long. If it was too long, the tofu would be soft. If it was too short, it wouldn't be tasty. So Yang Ming picked such a dish that was more difficult to cook and put it into his mouth. After listening to Sun Jie's words this time, the women all showed an indifferent expression. They didn't look at Yang Ming. Yang Ming had already seen through the tricks of the women, so he didn't care. He already had a countermeasure in his heart. Suddenly, Yang Ming frowned, and his face suddenly became ugly. He picked up the drink on the table and took a sip. This tofu. How is this tofu? Zhou Jiejia was shocked. She looked at Yang Ming and was a little overwhelmed. This fried tofu was made by herself, but she tasted it deliberately after making it. It was quite delicious. Why did Yang Ming have such an expression after eating it? It seems that it is too salty? Could it be that the salt didn't melt? When Sun Jie saw Zhou Jiejia's expression, she knew that it wasn't good. She finally understood Yang Ming's trick. Never mind Zhou Jiejia, even she was almost fooled. Chapter 1848. This pan-fried tofu was cooked by Zhou Jiejia. If Yang Ming felt that it wasn't delicious, her expression would definitely change. When the expression changed, Yang Ming would definitely guess that this pan-fried tofu was actually made by Zhou Jiejia. Now, there was no need to guess. Yang Ming probably already knew. AI. Sun Jie sighed. Zhou Jiejia was still inexperienced in society. She was fooled by Yang Ming. But thinking about it carefully, Zhou Jiejia couldn't be blamed. Yang Ming was too cunning. This tofu. Why is this tofu so delicious? Yang Ming finished his drink and gasped. The women were speechless. Why do you have such an expression when it's delicious? Why do you look like you ate too much salt? Zhou Jiejia also looked at Yang Ming with a bitter smile. She was scared to death just now. Jiejia, your tofu is too delicious. I want to eat it next time. After Yang Ming finished speaking, he looked at Zhou Jiejia and said with a smile. Zhou Jiejia's face turned red. Yang Ming's words were too ambiguous. What did he mean by your tofu? How could this not make people's imagination run wild? Well, Yang Ming, you eat quickly. Consider that we lost to you. In a while, you can do whatever you want. However, you have to get Ying Ying's consent, because we unanimously decided that you are Ying Ying's tonight. Sun Jie said. Yang Ming was speechless. Why am I like a commodity that can be sent back and forth? Tonight is Ying Ying's? Sometimes, Yang Ming found that having more women wasn't a good thing. Having more delicious food wasn't a good thing either. The two great joys of life, beautiful women and delicious food, were now in front of him. Yang Ming wanted to cry, but had no tears. Every beauty kept putting their own best dishes into Yang Ming's bowl. After eating this, Yang Ming could not eat that. However, everyone kept putting food into his bowl. In the end, Yang Ming really couldn't eat anymore. His eyes rolled up and he kept waving his hand. No, I don't want to eat anymore. If I eat more, I will explode. Huh? When the women saw Yang Ming's appearance, they couldn't help but laugh. As the women said, tonight, Yang Ming belonged to Zhao Ying. Zhao Ying also belonged to Yang Ming. Zhao Ying, who had no scruples in her heart. At this moment, she was still sitting on the bed in the room. She didn't dare to look at Yang Ming. She opened her heart, but it didn't mean that she wasn't shy. After all, The love between her and Yang Ming was very bumpy. If you really wanted to calculate, in fact, there was no love process. There was no true love between the wild female teacher on the internet and the world. It couldn't be considered a love relationship at all. The previous tutoring nights, that moonlit night, could only be regarded as the budding of love. It ended before it started. Therefore, Zhao Ying's heart was pounding. I'm living with him like this. Isn't it progressing too fast? However, thinking that Yang Ming was about to go to Yunnan to perform the dangerous mission, Zhao Ying was determined again. If she couldn't make up her mind now, then she didn't know how long it would take for Yang Ming to come back. So, Zhao Ying gritted her teeth, stood up, and whispered to Yang Ming, "Yang Ming, I'm going to take a shower. Hee, don't be in such a hurry. Let's talk first." Yang Ming guessed Zhao Ying's mind, but since the two people had accepted each other, the procedure wasn't so important. As long as the two people's hearts were tightly connected, it was fine. And Zhao Ying nodded and sat down again. "Yang Ming, why don't you tell me about you? Sister Sun Jia, Sister Xiao Qing, and Sister Jijia? Tell me about how you guys got together. I'm a little curious." Previously, Zhao Ying also asked Sun Jia, but Sun Jia naturally wouldn't say in detail. She just said it in a very general manner. Zhao Ying still wanted to hear the process, but Sun Jia didn't say it. Therefore, Zhao Ying was very curious and wanted to know the details. Then let's start with Sun Jia. Yang Ming nodded. In fact, the process of me and Sun Jia being together was very magical. When I first met little Jia, it was at my cousin Yang Li's house. Little Jia was her friend. At that time, I was still a young boy who had just graduated from high school. I was still a little shy. So, Sun Jia teased me. Yang Ming talked about how Sun Jia teased him and how she made fun of him. He said that he went to the hotel to pretend to be Sun Jia's boyfriend, but they had an intimate relationship due to a strange combination of circumstances. It wasn't until later that he and Sun Jia maintained a relationship that went beyond friendship. It wasn't until he helped her family solve a big problem that Sun Jia completely opened her heart. It turns out that you and Sister Sun Jia have such a bumpy relationship. Zhao Ying was very surprised. It seems that I'm not the only one who has a story with Yang Ming. What about Sister Xiao Qing? Zhao Ying listened to Sun Jia's story and wanted to hear Xiao Qing's story. If you want to talk about me and Qing, it's actually a strange combination of circumstances. It started from the auction after I recognized Lu Weishan as my godfather. Yang Ming told Zhao Ying about going to the auction and the story between him and Xiao Qing. I have heard some of Jiajia's story. She took a bullet for you. As Zhao Ying said this, she suddenly sighed. I thought that the relationship between me and you is already very bumpy. It seems that Zhou Jiajia is even more bumpy, but now it's good. We are all together. It will be better in the future. Yang Ming comforted Zhao Ying. And I hope so. Zhao Ying nodded. I only know that Zhou Jiajia took a bullet for you, but I'm not very clear about the things before that. Can you tell me? Of course. Yang Ming nodded. Zhou Jiajia and I were junior high school classmates. However, this also started from my other girlfriend, who was also my first love, the big star Shu. What? The big star Shuya? Zhao Ying was stunned. You mean your first love was Shuya? And? You don't know? After Yang Ming asked, he suddenly remembered that he didn't tell Zhao Ying about this. Shuya's real name is Suya. She was my first love. Yang Ming, are you serious? The big star was your first love? Zhao Ying was surprised and opened her mouth wide. When you were in school, didn't you often ask me why my grades in junior high school were good, but my grades in senior high school were bad? Yang Ming smiled and said, among them, it involves such a story like a love triangle. Yang Ming wanted to tell Zhao Ying about the grievances between him, Zhou Jiajia, and Shuya, but the phone suddenly rang. Yang Ming took it out and glanced at the caller ID. It was actually Lin Jiyun. Chapter 1849. After Chen Mingyan and Lin Jiyun finished discussing tomorrow's social event with the professors and representatives in the graduate students' dormitory building, It was already past 10 o'clock in the evening. Many graduate students had already returned to their rooms to have fun. There were basically not many people in the lobby on the first floor. Some of them sat together and chatted in twos and threes. As for Fan Jinja, he sat in a corner. He was waiting for Chun Mingyin to appear. It was just past 10 o'clock. Yang Ming, that brat, should be preparing to go to bed. At that time, I will bring Chun Mingyin to catch the adulterers. Haha, let's see how Yang Ming dies. Fan Jinja had been paying attention to the elevator exit. With a ding, the elevator door opened. Fan Jinja subconsciously raised his head and looked at the elevator entrance. He had looked at the elevator entrance many times this evening. Every time the elevator door opened, he would look up. But every time, he was disappointed because Chun Mingyin had not come downstairs yet. What is this woman doing up there? Could it be that she is playing with some handsome guy? Fan Jinja speculated maliciously. If I can play with Chun Mingyin, I can also relieve the hatred in my heart. However, Yang Ming will probably kill me afterward. Forget it after thinking about it. I will just create some trouble for him first. Fan Jinja's eyes lit up because he saw Chun Mingyin and Lin Jiyun walking out of the elevator hand in hand. Fan Jinja quickly stood up and walked over to Chun Mingyin. Chun Mingyin and Lin Jiyun thought that Fan Jinja was going to get into the elevator, so they did not care. However, Fan Jinja stopped in front of them. What are you doing? Chun Mingyin was stunned. She did not expect this person to suddenly stop her, so she frowned and asked in confusion. Please allow me to introduce myself. My name is Fan Jinja. I am a graduate student in the economics department. Fan Jinja introduced himself politely. What's the matter? Chun Mingyin looked at the polite Fan Jinja with some disgust. This guy's face is full of injuries, as if he had just been beaten up. Yet, he still pretends to be a gentleman in front of me. Is he a suitor? Of course there is something. Fan Jinja nodded and said, Can I have a word with you? If you have anything to say it here. I don't have much time. I have to go back. Chun Mingyin felt that this person was probably an annoying suitor. Why couldn't he say something here? Why did he have to go somewhere else? As the saying goes, don't air your dirty linen in public. If Miss Chun Mingyin wants me to say it here, then I can only say it here. Don't blame me if you make a fool of yourself. Fan Jinja said lightly. At this moment, although there weren't many people in the hall, there were still some. Since Fan Jinja stopped Chun Mingyin, almost everyone's eyes were focused on him. They wanted to see what Fan Jinja wanted to do. Chun Mingyin was a little annoyed. What do you mean by don't air your dirty linen in public? Although she didn't want to bother with him, she was afraid that he would say something disgusting. She could only say, Then you can talk with me outside. That's right. Fan Jinja nodded and followed Chun Mingyin and Lin Jiyun to the outside of the dormitory building. Now, do you have anything to say? Asked Chun Mingyin. Of course, this is a very important matter to you. Fan Jinja said seriously. Do you know Yang Ming? What do you want to say? Chun Mingyin was a little impatient. Of course I know him. Basically, all the students in the school know that he is my boyfriend. Is there a problem? Since you said that he is your boyfriend, why did I see him with another woman? Said Fan Jinja with a slight smile. Another woman? What do you want to say? Chun Mingyin's face sank slightly. In addition to herself, Lin Jiyun, and Zhou Jiajia, Yang Ming naturally had other women. The celebrity Shuya was also his woman. However, these were all secrets that could not be disclosed to the public. Therefore, Chun Mingyin subconsciously thought that Fan Jinja had discovered something and wanted to blackmail her. I don't want to say anything. Do you know Zhaoying? Fan Jinja shrugged and asked suddenly. Sistering? So what if I know her? Chun Mingyin was slightly stunned. Is the person Fan Jinja is talking about Zhaoying? I saw Yang Ming with Zhaoying. Fan Jinja nodded seriously. How is it? You didn't expect it, right? What's wrong with that? Yang Ming and I have a good relationship with sistering. So what if you saw them together? Chun Mingyin shook her head and said indifferently. Is that so? But I saw them going to a hotel. Fan Jinja said, Do you know where Yang Ming is now? Where? Don't talk nonsense. Chun Mingyin naturally would not believe Fan Jinja's words directly. Who knows what this guy is doing here? In this resort, Fan Jinja said confidently. Zhao Ying and Yang Ming are in this resort. How is it? Don't you know? Your boyfriend did not accompany you, but secretly came here with another woman to get a hotel. What evidence do you have? Why should I believe you? At this moment, it was impossible for Chen Mingyan not to have any doubts. After all, Fan Jinja was telling the truth, and Zhao Ying was indeed in this resort. Previously, Chen Mingyan had some doubts about why Zhao Ying was in such a hurry today. After disappearing just now, she never appeared again and never contacted her. Could it be that she was really with Yang Ming? What evidence do you have? If you follow me to catch them in the act, won't you have evidence? Fan Jinja was not afraid that Chen Mingyan would not believe him at all, because there was no need for evidence to catch them in the act. What you see with your own eyes is the evidence. Why should I follow you? Chen Mingyan was not a person who believed others so easily. This Fan Jinja was very suspicious. Sister Mingyan, let's go. Ignore him. This person is very mysterious. Don't listen to him. Lin Jiyun was anxious. She had already determined that Zhao Ying came with Yang Ming. Now that she heard Fan Jinja's words, she naturally believed him. But this matter could not be known to Chen Mingyan. If you don't have evidence, we will leave. Don't block the way. Although Chen Mingyan was suspicious, she also felt that what Lin Jiyun said made sense. How could she simply suspect Yang Ming because of a stranger's words? Yang Ming's license plate number is Song BK 9999. It is an Audi A8L. I followed him all the way here. Fan Jinja was anxious when he saw that Chen Mingyan was about to leave. Do you know this license plate number? Do you know the car? Chapter 1850. I'm sorry, I really don't know. Chen Mingyan shook her head. Song BK 9999? Isn't this the car that I saw Zhao Ying get into at the school gate? Is this really Yang Ming's car? However, Chen Mingyan had never seen Yang Ming drive this car. Yang Ming's usual car was a BMW X5 with a Song B88 license plate. So, even if she had some doubts, Chen Mingyan still chose to believe in Yang Ming. Yang Ming didn't like her to always doubt him, and he didn't like her being narrow-minded. So, Chen Mingyan had to try her best not to be impulsive. You don't even know this car? How about this? You call someone and check the owner of this car. I can guarantee that it is definitely Yang Ming's car. Don't go yet. Fan Jinja saw that Chen Mingyan was about to leave, so he said quickly, First of all, why should I call someone to check? Am I going to doubt my boyfriend just because of a stranger's words? Chen Mingyan said, Secondly, why are you so kind to tell me all this? What is your purpose? Are you just a kind passerby? Why don't I believe you? Okay. I'll tell the truth. I'll tell the truth. Fan Jinja really had no choice but to tell the truth. I like Zhao Ying. I'm Zhao Ying's suitor. But I saw that Zhao Ying was with Yang Ming, and they even went to a hotel. I wanted to break them up, so I told you to catch them in the act. Is that okay? Is that so? Chen Mingyan looked at Fan Jinja. Yes, that's it. Look at my injuries. Look at my face. It's all because of Yang Ming that I became like this. Along the way, I was behind Yang Ming's car. Zhao Ying was in his car. Fan Jinja said, Believe me, I am telling the truth. When Chen Mingyan saw that Fan Jinja was so confident, she was at a loss for a while. Is he telling the truth? Why don't you check the license plate number? If I didn't have any enmity with Yang Ming, why would I complain to you? Do I have nothing to do? Fan Jinja was a little anxious. Then I'll call and ask. Chen Mingyan took out her mobile phone and hesitated. She didn't dial her father's phone number. If she let her father investigate a license plate number, it should be easy to get the result. However, if her father asked, Chen Mingyan couldn't explain, so she called Bao Sanli. Soon, Bao Sanli picked up the phone. Sister-in-law, what's the matter? Chen Mingyan was Yang Ming's official girlfriend, so Bao Sanli naturally didn't dare to neglect. Brother Bao, I have something to ask you. Do you know where this Audi A8L, Song BK 9999 belongs to? Asked Chen Mingyan. This. Bao solemnly hesitated. He didn't know why Chen Mingyan suddenly asked about this car. Intuitively, Bao solemnly felt that it shouldn't be a good thing. However, he couldn't lie to Chen Mingyan because if he lied about this kind of thing, he would be easily exposed. Even if he didn't tell Chen Mingyan, she would have other channels to know the owner of the car, so it was better to tell the truth. If he left a bad impression on Chen Mingyan, it would not be worth it. So, he said carefully, "Sister-in-law, this car belongs to our Ming Yang group. It is Brother Yang's car." After listening to Bao Sanli's words, Chen Mingyan's head suddenly buzzed. A feeling of dizziness suddenly appeared. It's really Yang Ming's car. This Fan Jinja didn't lie to me. And I saw Zhao and get into this car with my own eyes today. Could it be that she and Yang Ming accompanied Zhao Ying to the resort? I actually didn't know. Chen Mingyan almost fainted. Lin Jiyun was shocked and quickly supported Chen Mingyan. "Sister Mingyan, don't listen to his nonsense. It's impossible. Even if it's Yang Ming's car, there must be other people. It can't only be Sister Ying's car. Sister Lin, you don't have to persuade me. I guess what he saw is true." Chen Mingyan sighed. She looked a little sad. She had already controlled her emotions and tried not to lose her composure. However, whether it is true or not, we will know when we go and see it together. Exactly. Just follow me and see. Fan Jinja nodded. "Let's go. I will lead the way for you. It's so late. How can we rest assured if you bring us 2 girls? Lin Jiyun hesitated and tried her best to stop Chen Mingyan. "Sister Mingyan, why don't we take a look tomorrow? They're in this resort. There are security guards patrolling everywhere. It's impossible for me to do anything else. You can call for help at any time. Look, there's another security patrol car passing by." Fan Jinja pointed at the security patrol car not far away and said, "Sister Lin, he is right. There are security guards patrolling everywhere. There is no danger." Chen Mingyan said, "Let me see your student ID first." "Okay." Fan Jinja nodded and took out his wallet. He took out his student ID and ID card and handed them to Chen Mingyan. "Take a look. It's authentic." Chen Mingyan looked at Fan Jinja's student ID and ID card. They were not fake, so she nodded. "Then let's go." Okay. I'll lead the way." Fan Jinja was overjoyed and walked quickly in front. "You just need to follow me." Lin Jiyun saw that there was no room for redemption. In desperation, she dialed Yang Ming's number with the phone in her pocket. The first speed dial set by Lin Jiyun was Yang Ming's number, so it was easy to operate blindly. After the call was dialed, Lin Jiyun deliberately said loudly, "Sister Mingyan, I don't think Yang Ming is that kind of person. He can't be with Sister Ying. Either there is a misunderstanding or he saw wrongly. Whether he saw wrongly or not, won't we know in a while." Chen Mingyan didn't mean to excuse Yang Ming, nor did she mean to blame him. She just said faintly, "I don't think so," said Lin Jiyun. "You two walk faster. It's quite far." Fan Jinja waved to the two of them. "Why don't I stop a security guard scooter and let him take us there?" There was still a long distance to the independent villa by the sea. It would take more than 20 minutes to walk. It was better to stop a scooter and go together. "Okay, then you go and stop it." Chen Mingyan nodded in agreement when she heard Fan Jinja's suggestion. "This is a good suggestion. It will be safer with a security guard by the side." Although Fan Jinja's identity was confirmed and she knew that he was not a liar, there was nothing wrong with being careful. Chapter 1851. Yang Ming looked at the caller ID on the phone and was slightly stunned. "Why is Lin Jiyun calling me at this time? Who is it?" Zhao Ying was also shocked. She looked at Yang Ming nervously. She was so scared today that she had a heart attack. Knowing that Chen Mingyan was in this resort, Zhao Ying couldn't let go. She always felt uneasy in her heart. "It's Lin Jiyun." Yang Ming didn't hide it from Zhao Ying. "I'll pick it up. It may be about Mingyan." And Zhao Ying nodded nervously. "Hello." Yang Ming picked up the phone, but there was no sound on the other end of the phone. There was only some noisy wind. "Hello?" Yang Ming said hello again. Suddenly, he heard Lin Jiyun's voice on the phone. Sister Mingyan, I don't think Yang Ming is that kind of person. He can't be with Sister Ing. Either there is a misunderstanding or he saw wrongly. Next, it was Chan Mingyin's voice. Whether he saw wrongly or not, won't we know in a while? I don't think so, Lin Jiyun's voice said. You two walk faster. It's quite far. Why don't I stop a security guard scooter and let him take us there? This time it was a man's voice. However, when Yang Ming listened carefully, he could be sure that this person was Fan Jinja. Fan Jinja actually found Chun Mingyin. Yang Ming was shocked. He had calculated everything, but he didn't expect that Fan Jinja would actually go to Chun Mingyin to snitch. Okay, then you go and stop him. After that, it was Chun Mingyin's voice. Yang Ming was shocked when he heard that. It seemed that Chun Mingyin was really coming to kill them. Lin Jiyun's voice was very loud. She was afraid that Yang Ming couldn't hear it. So Zhao Ying, who was next to her, also heard it clearly. She was so scared that her face turned pale. She grabbed Yang Ming's arm tightly and was somewhat at a loss. Don't be afraid. Yang Ming hung up the phone and calmly comforted Zhao Ying. Well, you go to Sun Jie's room now. Don't open the door no matter who comes. Just pretend that you're not here. I'll take care of this. And Zhao Ying nodded desperately. Then I'll go over now. Yang Ming, you have to be careful. Don't worry about me. It won't be a problem. Yang Ming gave Zhao Ying a comforting smile. Although Zhao Ying also wanted to say a few more words to Yang Ming, time was tight. There was no time at all. Zhao Ying quickly ran out of the room and knocked on the door of Sun Jie's room next door. Ying, why are you here? Sun Jie opened the door and looked at Zhao Ying strangely. Seeing her anxious face, she was even more baffled. What's wrong with you? Sister Sun Jie, something happened. Chun Mingyin came here. What should we do? It's that Fan Jinja. Fan Jinja snitched. Zhao Ying said to Sun Jie nervously. Fan Jinja, that bastard? Sun Jie was a little annoyed when she heard it. Why is this guy so annoying? Ying, come in first. Don't be afraid. I'm here. I promise that nothing will happen. And Zhao Ying saw that Sun Jie was still calm and not nervous at all except for scolding Fan Jinja. She was relieved. After pulling Zhao Ying into the room, Sun Jie said to Xiao Qing and Zhou Jie, who were a little surprised, Sisters, Chun Mingyin is here. We have to unite. If you don't want to have any problems, just listen to my command, okay? Xiao Qing and Zhou Jie were shocked when they heard it. But since Sun Jie had a way, they naturally nodded to show that they were willing to listen to Sun Jie. Xiao Qing didn't have as many ideas as Sun Jie. So, although she was older, she wasn't as smart as Sun Jie. Ying, you should rest and calm down first. Now, there's nothing for you to do. Sun Jie said to Zhao Ying. And okay, Zhao Ying was relieved when she heard that there was nothing for her to do and sat aside. Jie, now Sister Ying's safety depends on you. You will be obedient, right? Sun Jie glanced at Zhou Jie and asked. Okay, Zhou Jie didn't want anything to happen to Zhao Ying, so she nodded quickly. That's fine. You go to the bathroom now and take a quick shower. Sun Jie instructed. Sister Sun Jie, I'm on my period. How do I take a shower? Zhou Jie was stunned. She didn't understand why Sun Jie asked her to take a shower. You don't have to really take a shower. You just have to simply wet your hair. Sun Jie was a little dumbfounded. Do you know how to pretend? And, okay. Although Zhou Jie didn't understand what Sun Jie meant, she quickly ran into the bathroom and wet her hair. Dang, dang, dang. There was a knocking sound on the door of Yang Ming's room. Yang Ming was shocked. Is Chun Mingyin here? Why is she so fast? It's only been less than 5 minutes since Lin Jiyun called. Even if they came here on an electric scooter, it wouldn't be so fast, right? However, Yang Ming still walked over and opened the door, but the person at the door made Yang Ming stunned. Jie, why are you here? Yang Ming was stunned not only because Zhou Jie would appear at the door of his room, but the key problem was that Zhou Jie's hair was wet and she was still wrapped in a bath towel. She seemed to have just taken a shower. Sister Sun Jie asked me to come. Zhou Jie whispered with a blush. Sun Jie asked you to come. After Yang Ming was stunned, he was suddenly overjoyed. He immediately guessed Sun Jie's intention. This Sun Jie is really too smart. She can even come up with this kind of idea. Yang Ming could only admire her. If Zhao Ying was caught by Chun Mingyan in her room, it would be a big problem. However, if it was Zhou Jiejie in her own room, then it wouldn't be a problem at all. Come in. Yang Ming was pleasantly surprised as he pulled Zhou Jiejie into the room and then closed the door. Yang Ming, I think it's not very good to lie to Sister Mingyan like this. After Zhou Jiejie came in, she couldn't help but sigh. But if we don't do this, Sister Ying will be in trouble. Well, Jiejie, don't worry about it. There will always be a solution in the future. Let's talk about it after we get through this. Yang Ming comforted her, and Zhou Jiejie nodded with a red face. Then, I will go to the bathroom first. Go to the bathroom? Yang Ming was slightly stunned. This is Sister Sun Jie's plan. You quickly take off your coat. Zhou Jiejie didn't have time to explain. Suddenly, there was a noise from below the villa. Zhou Jiejie couldn't continue to explain. She quickly turned and ran to the bathroom, then closed the bathroom door. Yang Ming knew that Fan Jinjia came with Qin Mingyan and Lin Jiyun. They should be downstairs in the villa. Chapter 1852. Didi. The phone's text message notification sounded. Yang Ming knew that it should be a reminder from Little Wang. However, Little Wang was very smart. Although he hated Fan Jinjia, he couldn't teach Fan Jinjia a lesson in front of Chun Mingyan. In this case, the best way was to not speak and pretend that he didn't know anything. He didn't know how Yang Ming would deal with it, so he didn't dare to speak casually. He still understood that the more he spoke, the more likely he would make a mistake. Is Yang Ming here? Chun Mingyan looked at Little Wang and asked, You are Mingyan's sister-in-law, right? Are you looking for Brother Yang? Little Wang smiled and asked, Which room is he in? Tell me quickly. Chun Mingyan didn't know what Little Wang did, but since he asked, she wouldn't be polite. He is upstairs. I don't know which room he is in. Although Chun Mingyan had never seen Little Wang knew Chun Mingyan and Lin Jiyun. Seeing them go upstairs, Little Wang only sent a text message to Yang Ming to remind him. Then he planned to delay the time. However, Chun Mingyan obviously didn't want to waste time with him. After a snort, she quickly went upstairs. Fan Jinjia seemed to have seen through Little Wang's thoughts. He glanced at him mockingly and followed Chun Mingyan and Little Wang upstairs. He wanted to see Yang Ming's miserable appearance and see how Yang Ming was taught a lesson by Chun Mingyan. Little Wang didn't say anything and silently followed them upstairs. Chun Mingyan didn't say much. She directly took out her phone and dialed Yang Ming's number. Yang Ming's ringtone suddenly came from a room on the second floor. Chun Mingyan's face darkened. Yang Ming is really here. For a moment, Chun Mingyan's heart was extremely sour. Yang Ming actually accompanied Zhao Ying to participate in the spring outing. Did he not know that she was also participating in the spring outing? Wasn't his guts a little too big? I'll open the door. Fan Jinjia was overjoyed when he heard Yang Ming's ringtone. He was worried that Yang Ming wouldn't turn on his phone, and Chun Mingyan wouldn't be able to find Yang Ming for a while. And if Yang Ming heard the commotion and jumped out of the window to escape, they wouldn't be able to find any evidence and would deny it. Then, Chun Mingyan wouldn't be able to do anything about it. However, since Yang Ming's cell phone rang, it was easy to handle. He couldn't wait for Chun Mingyan to knock on the door. He didn't want to give Yang Ming a chance. What if he gave Yang Ming a chance, and Yang Ming was prepared? Bang! Without waiting for Chun Mingyan to answer, Fan Jinjia kicked the door panel of the room. Fan Jinjia used all his strength, and the villa's door panel was completely made of wood. Since it was inside the villa, there was no need for high-end anti-theft measures, so the door panel was kicked down by Fan Jinjia at once. Yang Ming, come out. Look who's here. Fan Jinjia shouted and pointed inside the room. Yang Ming was a little speechless about a clown like Fan Jinjia. He could actually fool Chun Mingyan. Moreover, he seemed to know that Chun Mingyan would deal with him, so he wasn't afraid of provoking him at this moment. Yang Ming, why are you here? There was no anger in Chun Mingyan's voice, but it could be seen from her face that she was very angry at the moment. Yang Ming was a little embarrassed because he and Zhou Jia had teamed up to deceive Chen Mingyan. However, Chen Mingyan misunderstood and thought that Yang Ming was guilty. "I'm here for a spring outing. What are you doing here?" Chen Mingyan's heart was in pain now. Yang Ming was really here. Although Zhao Ying was not in the room, Yang Ming was shirtless at the moment, wearing only a pair of shorts. Chen Mingyan didn't believe that he was in the room by himself. Would Yang Ming have nothing better to do? Why would he drive to this resort just to sleep for a night? Yang Ming was a little ashamed of Chen Mingyan, but he could only brace himself and hold on. It was because he couldn't hurt any woman. Zhao Ying's love for him was not earlier than Chen Mingyan's. From the perspective of time, Zhao Ying and he should be the first to start. However, because of Zhao Ying's special identity at that time, the two of them didn't continue to develop. Mingyan, I'm sorry." Yang Ming lowered his head and pretended to do something wrong. In fact, he was really a little guilty. "Sure enough, Yang Ming, you really disappoint me." Chen Mingyan couldn't say the words to break up with Yang Ming. She couldn't break up with Yang Ming either. Now, there was only disappointment left in her heart. Lin Jun looked at Yang Ming anxiously. "Didn't I already remind him? How can he still admit it? Moreover, Zhao Ying doesn't seem to be in this room. What else can Yang Ming admit?" "Mingyan, in fact, I didn't deliberately not tell you. It's just that this matter happened suddenly, and I'm also a little embarrassed." Yang Ming scratched his head. "Embarrassed? What are you embarrassed about?" Chen Mingyan looked at Yang Ming coldly. "Where is she? Let Zhao Ying come out." Chen Mingyan glanced around the room and didn't find Zhao Ying's figure. It was a little strange. Where did Zhao Ying go? Zhao Ying? Yang Ming was stunned. He looked at Chen Mingyan with some confusion. "Sister Ying? Are you looking for Sister Ying? Then who do you think I'm looking for? What are you pretending for?" Chen Mingyan saw Yang Ming's shocked expression and was a little annoyed. "Didn't you admit it before? Why are you going back on your words now?" I'm not pretending." Yang Ming looked at Chen Mingyan strangely. "Mingyan, if you're looking for Sister Ying, she's not here." "Not here?" Chen Mingyan was going to explode. "You just admitted it, and now you're changing your words?" If Yang Ming admitted his mistake, Chen Mingyan wouldn't be so angry. But Yang Ming actually went back on his words after admitting his mistake. What kind of attitude is this? Chen Mingyan looked around the room. In this villa room, except for a desk, a sofa, a bedside table, and a double bed, there was no other furniture. So, at a glance, she could see that no one was hiding here. But Chen Mingyan's gaze suddenly fell on the door of the bathroom in the room. The bathroom door was closed. Chen Mingyan snorted coldly. She went straight forward, opened the bathroom door, and rushed in. Entering the bathroom, Chen Mingyan saw that there was a girl hiding in the bathroom, but this girl wasn't Zhao Ying, but Zhou Jia. At this moment, Zhou Jia was wrapped in a bath towel. Her hair was wet. It was obvious that she had just taken a bath. When she saw Chen Mingyan, she lowered her head embarrassedly. "Sister Mingyan, I'm sorry. Jia, why are you here?" Chen Mingyan was stunned. She thought that the person in the bathroom was Zhao Ying, but she didn't expect it to be Zhou Jia. Chapter 1853. "I'm sorry, Sister Mingyan. I just want to have a romantic night with Yang Ming." Zhou Jia explained shyly and embarrassedly. "You and Sister Lin went to the spring outing. I was alone at home, so I wanted to be with Yang Ming. After that," Zhou Jia lowered her head shyly. Chen Mingyan was a little stunned. Yang Ming came with Zhou Jia, but I came here to catch them in the act? What would Zhou Jia think? Now, that Zhou Jia was so scared by me, she would definitely think that I was narrow-minded and deliberately came to ruin their good thing. But in all honesty, I came to catch Zhao Ying, not Zhou Jia. If I knew that the person in Yang Ming's room was Zhou Jia, not only would Chen Mingyan not come, but she would also give her blessings silently. For Zhou Jia, Chen Mingyan had already accepted her. Otherwise, she wouldn't let her live in the villa. After Zhou Jia lived in the villa, Yang Ming had been very busy. He traveled back and forth between the country and abroad, so there was no chance to be alone with Zhou Jia. Even if Chen Mingyan wanted to create opportunities for her, Yang Ming didn't have time. When Yang Ming was finally free, Zhou Jia went to work on an online project with Sister Xiaoqing. Therefore, Yang Ming and Zhou Jia had been together in name only, which made Chen Mingyan very anxious. Zhou Jia and Yang Ming probably also realized this, so they found a day when he and Lin Jiyun went out to play. They wanted to have a romantic night with Zhou Jia, but it was ruthlessly ruined by him. Thinking of this, Chen Mingyan's eyes couldn't help but turn red. She held Zhou Jiajia's hand. Sister Jia, I'm sorry. I didn't know it was you. I ruined your good thing. Don't blame me. I'll leave now. Chen Mingyan was very guilty. Why did I believe that Fan Jinja's words? At first glance, that kid was not a good person. If he was a good person, would he be beaten up by Yang Ming? He probably lied about what he said. He just wanted to retaliate against Yang Ming, but he didn't dare. So he asked me to help destroy Yang Ming's good thing. Why am I so stupid to believe Fan Jinja's words? It's okay. Zhou Jia shook her head. It's my fault. I should have told you in advance. It's not Zhao Ying. Chen Mingyan shook her head. Previously, she directly called Zhao Ying's name was because she was annoyed. She directly called Zhao name, but now she knew that the person in Yang Ming was not the person Yang's room was not Zhao, was not Ying, was not. Sister, said. Chun, was. Yang, said. Sister Ying is really here? Chen Mingyan frowned slightly. It seems that what Fan Jinja said is not unreasonable. Zhao Ying is really here. Yeah, she and Sister Sun Jie are here. Both of them are Sister Xiaoqing students. We all came together. Zhou Jia said what Sun Jie had already arranged for her. My mother also has shares in this resort, so Sister Sun Jie invited me and Sister Zhao to play together. Sister Xiaoqing and Sister Zhao Ying have a good relationship, so we came together. They are all in a room next door. After Zhou Jiajia's explanation, Chen Mingyan knew that she was overthinking. It turned out that Xiaoqing, Sun Jie, and Zhao Ying had a teacher-student relationship, so it was normal for them to be together. Zhou Jiajia came with them, but she brought along Yang Ming. Fan Jinja probably saw Yang Ming and Zhao Ying, so he thought that Yang Ming and Zhao Ying came to get room. In fact, Yang Ming came with a group of people. Jiajia, you guys continue. I'm leaving. I'm sorry. I will compensate you when I go home. Chen Mingyan waved to Zhou Jiajia embarrassedly. Sister Mingyan, why don't you stay? I suddenly have that. Zhou Jiajia blushed and whispered. Chen Mingyan was stunned. I just found out, Zhou Jia said shyly. I had calculated the date, but who knew that it would be brought forward? Damn. Chen Mingyan was a little speechless. Then I won't disturb you guys. You guys can hug each other and sleep. After Chen Mingyan finished speaking, she turned and walked out of the bathroom. She pointed at Fan Jinja angrily and said to Little Wang, who followed upstairs, You throw this guy out. Yes. Little Wang was overjoyed when he heard that Chen Mingyan wanted him to throw Fan Jinja out. He had wanted to do this for a long time. Although he didn't know what happened in the bathroom, Chen Mingyan definitely didn't care about it. So Little Wang showed his prowess and grabbed Fan Jinja's collar. You bastard, go to hell. When Fan Jinja was dragged downstairs by Little Wang, Chen Mingyan was a little embarrassed and said with some blame, Yang Ming, why didn't you tell me that you brought Jiajia here? How could I stop you? Really, I'm leaving. Don't be angry about what happened just now. It's okay. It was my fault. I thought that it would be fine to come here secretly with Jiajia. I didn't want to disturb you in Jiyun. I didn't expect Fan Jinja to hold a grudge after being beaten up by me once. Yang Ming said with a bitter smile. I'm so stupid. How could I believe that guy? Chen Mingyan shook her head and held Lin Jiyun's hand. Sister Lin, let's go. While Chen Mingyan was talking, Xiaoqing took Sun Jie and Zhao Ying out of the room. There was such a big commotion outside. It would be fake if they didn't come out to take a look. What's wrong? What happened? Xiaoqing pretended to be sleepy and asked, Isn't this Mingyan? Why are you here? Sister Xiaoqing, Chen Mingyan was a little embarrassed. Nothing, nothing. I'm leaving. Since you're here, why don't you stay for a while before leaving? Xiao Qing invited with a smile. However, Chen Mingyan was very embarrassed. How could she have the nerve to stay? She had already ruined Yang Ming and Jiajia's chance to be alone. She just wanted to leave here quickly. No, we still have things to do over there. We'll leave first. Chen Mingyan pulled Lin Jiyun and escaped downstairs. Yang Ming secretly gave a thumbs up to Sun Jie. Her trick was simply too powerful. She easily turned the situation around. Chen Mingyan and Lin Jiyun went downstairs and saw little Wang beating Fan Jinja at the door of the villa. Surprisingly, she didn't hate violence. Instead, she said to little Wang with hatred, "Beat him up. How dare this guy fool people?" Yes. Little Wang nodded and fought even harder. Fan Jinja continued to wail like a ghost and howl like a wolf. He still didn't know what he did wrong. Why did Chen Mingyan's attitude suddenly change? Chapter 1854. Chen Mingyan, your boyfriend is with another woman. Can't you see it? Why don't you care? Fan Jinja saw Chen Mingyan coming downstairs and shouted at the top of his lungs. He was very puzzled. Why is Chen Mingyan not only not angry when she sees Yang Ming with another woman, but also has a self-blaming expression? Is Chen Mingyan stupid? Is she brainwashed? Chen Mingyan glanced at Fan Jinja coldly. It was this guy who almost ruined my relationship with Jiajia. He almost ruined my image as an elder sister. I can imagine that if I was more impulsive today and kicked open the bathroom door directly, exposing Zhou Jiajia wrapped in a bath towel in front of everyone and in front of Fan Jinja, would Jiajia hate me to death? Although there's a towel on her body and the key parts are covered, it will still be very embarrassing. Zhou Jiajia will definitely be very uncomfortable. Even if she won't do anything to me for the sake of her reputation, she won't say anything, but there will definitely be a knot in her heart. Thinking about it, Chen Mingyan felt scared. Why did I listen to Fan Jinja's instigation? Little Wang, continue to hit him. This guy is really annoying. He is a big liar. Chen Mingyan was even angrier when she saw that Fan Jinja still did not forget to sow discord in such a situation. You're already being hit, and you still want to do something annoying? Aren't you looking for a beating? Okay. Little Wang responded and continued to hit Fan Jinja. Chen Mingyan, you are a fool. Is there water in your head? Fan Jinja was anxious. This Chen Mingyan doesn't look like a fool. When I told her about this before, she was very angry. It wasn't fake, right? Why did she suddenly change her mind after coming here? Fan Jinja couldn't figure out what he did wrong because he felt that he didn't do anything wrong at all. Step by step, in theory, everything was going according to his plan. Why did Chen Mingyan suddenly change her mind? Don't worry about my family's matters. Chen Mingyan was also angry. Why are you so free to worry about my family's matters? Are you sick in the head? You can't even manage your own matters. Why do you care about others? You are really a retard. There is something wrong with your mind. Fan Jinja scolded. However, his voice soon turned into a wail. He was punched and kicked by Lil Wang and became even more miserable. When Lil Wang saw that this guy was still yelling under his fist, he immediately became anxious. If others saw this, they would think that he was not strong enough. Brother Yang and Meng Yin's sister-in-law would blame him. Therefore, little Wang swung his arms and hit Fan Jinja with all his might. He directly hit Fan Jinja until he cried for his parents. He no longer had the energy to scold Chen Mingyan. Although the security guards patrolling nearby saw this scene, no one came forward to stop it because they all knew that Sun Jie, the chairman of the group, lived in this villa. Therefore, Sun Jie must have known about the beating at the entrance of the villa. How could the security guards dare to interfere in this matter? However, Chen Mingyan waved to them. The two patrolling security guards immediately drove the battery patrol car over. Is there anything I can help you with? The two security guards also saw that Chen Mingyan came out of Sun Jie's villa. Obviously, Sun Jie knew her, so they immediately showed respect and flattery. Can you send us to the hotel building in front? Chen Mingyan pointed to a direction in the distance and said, Okay, please get in the car, said the security guard quickly. This was just a small matter. It was just a small matter. Chen Mingyan and Lin Jian got in the car and quickly left. Chen Mingyan was very guilty. Originally, Yang Ming and Zhou Jia should have had a good night, but because I listened to the words of a villain, I ruined it. It seems that I have to explain to Jia properly when I go back. Yang Ming and Zhao Ying naturally did not dare to live together because of Chen Mingyan's sudden intervention. But fortunately, they had already confirmed each other's feelings. It was considered that they had officially started dating, so they did not care about this time. Although Zhou Jia wanted to return to Sun Jie and Xiao Qing's room, Zhao Ying did not want to exchange with her. Zhou Jia had no choice but to return to Yang Ming's room. In fact, she was also very happy in her heart. During this time, she and Sister Xiao Qing were busy studying the network protocol in the laboratory. There were few opportunities to be alone with Yang Ming, so Zhou Jia was also very happy to be able to live with Yang Ming. AI, Sister Mingyan, is actually very good to me. She's also very good, and she loves you very much. We shouldn't lie to her. Zhou Jia was lying in Yang Ming's arms with some guilt. She was still a little tangled about the previous matter. Zhao Ying was in trouble, so she had to help. But while she helped Zhao Ying, she also lied to Chen Mingyan. This made Zhou Jia's heart very uncomfortable. She didn't feel much before, but now that she thought about it, she regretted it a little. In fact, I'm also very guilty about this kind of thing. Yang Ming smiled bitterly and sighed. You should probably know some of the things between me, Sun Jie, and Xiao Qing, right? We have experienced a lot of things together before we finally came together, just like you and me. So, I'm not willing to give up any of them, and it is impossible for them to leave me. And I understand this. I heard Sister Xiao Qing tell me about your things, and I am the same. If you want me to leave you, I might as well die. Zhou Jia nodded. So, I understand their feelings, but I just feel that Sister Mingyan is also innocent. Mingyan, I am sorry for her, but I think she will slowly accept this, just like how she accepted you and Ji-yun. Yang Ming said helplessly. I hope so. Now, even Sister Lin is colluding with the enemy behind and tipping you off. Sister Mingyan has become alone. It is really hard to imagine what Sister Mingyan will do if there's a conflict between them one day. Zhou Jia shook her head. I'm afraid she won't be able to accept it. It shouldn't be. The reason why Yang Ming wasn't worried about this was that he was going to leave soon to perform a dangerous mission in Yunnan. If Chen Mingyan knew about this, would she still have a mood to be jealous? Whether I can come back safely is already a problem. What is there to fight about? So, if there is such a day, and Chen Mingyan knows all of this, then it will have to wait until I come back safely from Yunnan. If I can't come back, thinking about the future is purely worrying for nothing. Chapter 1855. That night, Yang Ming and Zhou Jia slept in each other's arms. They didn't speak for the entire night. However, the next day, Yang Ming didn't dare to spend too much time with Zhao Ying. Instead, he accompanied Zhou Jia to walk around the resort. During this time, they really met Chen Mingyan and Lin Jiyun at the seaside. For the second encounter, Yang Ming suddenly broke into a sweat. He secretly thought, what a close call. If I didn't come out with Zhou Jia this time, but with Zhao Ying, then it would be useless to explain. Chen Mingyan wouldn't believe me. But fortunately, I came out with Zhou Jia. After Chen Mingyan and Lin Jiyun saw it, they didn't come over to disturb them. They just waved from a distance, turned around and left, leaving the space for Yang Ming and Zhou Jia. In the afternoon, Zhao Ying went back in Xiao Qing's car. She didn't dare to be in the same car as Yang Ming. Yang Ming drove Zhou Jia back first. Although this spring outing wasn't very satisfactory, Yang Ming was also very happy. First of all, he confirmed his relationship with Zhao Ying. They both knew each other's feelings. Secondly, Zhou Jia was also very happy. This was also an unforgettable night spent alone with her. After sending Zhou Jia back to the villa, Yang Ming drove to the nearby Songzhan city. Previously, Guan Shuamin called and talked about Shun Yushi's treatment plan. He asked for Yang Ming's opinion. He couldn't explain it clearly on the phone, so he asked Yang Ming to go over and talk about it in detail. Regarding Shun Yushi's matter, Yang Ming had a headache. Yang Ming was very clear about Shun Yushi's thoughts. This little girl had always been interested in him. Before her leg was injured, it was very obvious. However, after her leg was injured, it was not so obvious. Yang Ming knew very well that Shun Yushi had not changed her mind. This could be seen from the way she looked at him and her shy expression. The reason why Shun Yushi did not show her love for him as obviously as before was entirely because after her leg was broken, she became inferior and felt that she was not worthy of him. Previously, although Shun Yushi thought that there was a gap between her identity and Yang Ming's, she was young and beautiful. Even if she couldn't become Yang Ming's girlfriend, she could still be his lover. But now, Shun Yushi was very clear that she had become a disabled person who could not even take care of herself. If she still had any fantasies, it was just asking for trouble. However, the more Shun Yushi acted like this, the more uneasy and helpless Yang Ming felt. Yang Ming sympathized with this girl, but he could not promise her anything. Although Yang Ming knew that if he promised her something, she would be very, very happy, he was afraid that she would be even more disappointed after having some hope. He asked Little Wang to drive him to the family villa area of Songzhan Medical University and stopped in front of Guan Shuamin's villa. Little Wang, I've troubled you these 2 days. You just came back from Donghai, and now you have to come to Songzhan again. Yang Ming patted Little Wang's shoulder. After returning to Songjiang City, Little Wang did not even go home. Instead, he drove Yang Ming to Songzhan again. It's nothing. Little Wang shook his head a little embarrassedly. Actually, in my heart, I really hope that Brother Yang can ask me to drive more often. This way, I will have a lot of face in front of my colleagues. Yang Ming smiled. He did not expect Little Wang to have such thoughts. But thinking about it, in the company, a driver who could drive for the company's top management would be looked upon favorably by his colleagues. Then you wait for me. I have something to do. If you're hungry, you can find a restaurant to eat first. It's okay. I just saw a fast food restaurant at the school gate. I'll just buy a boxed lunch. Although Yang Ming asked him to eat, Little Wang would not do so. What if Yang Ming suddenly wanted to use the car? So, he was prepared to buy a boxed lunch in the car. That's fine. Up to you. Yang Ming did not say anything else. Ever since Little Wang followed him, his life had improved and his family had become more harmonious. Yang Ming naturally knew that Little Wang was grateful to him, so he did not say anything else. Yang Ming went up the stairs of the villa and pressed the doorbell. This time, it was a middle-aged woman who opened the door. Yang Ming vaguely heard Guan Shumin mention that she was called Auntie Lu and was the nanny here. Auntie Lu, I'm Yang Ming. Professor Guan asked me to come. Yang Ming introduced himself. I know, Mr. Yang. Please come in. Auntie Lu nodded, indicating that she knew Yang Ming. Yang Ming entered the villa and heard Guan Shuamin's voice from the living room. I told you no means no. Don't do those dirty things. What followed was the voice of Guan Xiaoxiang, the son who had seen Guan Shuamin the other day. Dad, how is that dirty? I started a company with a classmate to earn some money and prove my ability. I have a girlfriend now. If I don't earn money, how am I going to support my family? I'm going to graduate next year, get married, and have kids. You want me to starve? Go work in a hospital after graduation. Be a staff member, the job is stable, and the pay is good. Guan Shuamin said, You're not cut out for running a company. I'm not going. I'm not studying medicine. I'm studying pharmaceutical management. What can I do in a hospital? Let me be the director? Guan Xiaoxiang clearly did not want to listen to Guan Shuamin. I'll just be a staff member. I'll only earn 1,000 or 2,000 a month. How am I going to get married and have kids? Dad, you really don't know how much a can of milk powder costs, right? I'll give you some. It's barely enough. Guan Shuamin said. Barely enough? Don't think I don't know you. You're so honest. If anyone else had your medical skills, they'd already be working in a private hospital and earning big bucks. Guan Xiaoxiang was dissatisfied. I want to open a clinic with a classmate. I just want to borrow your fame. It doesn't matter if you do house calls or not. Borrow my fame? You're just a bunch of interns who haven't even gotten a license to practice medicine. You want to open a clinic? You want to use my fame to cheat people? Wait until you have the money and the ability to find a few reliable doctors. Then you can open a clinic. Now get the hell back to school and study hard. Guan Shuamin snorted. Why? If I had the money, would I need your fame? I could open my own hospital and hire a few famous doctors. Why would I need your fame? Guan Xiaoxiang was not convinced. Big Bro is still using your fame to cheat people. Why don't you care about him? He's done for. I don't want you to end up like him. Guan Shuamin snorted. No means no. You're such a stubborn old man. Chapter 1856. Guan Xiaoxiang panicked. I've already bragged to Xiaolan that I'm going to make a name for myself before I graduate. Otherwise, how can she marry me? Her father is a big shot in the area. If I don't make a name for myself, how can he marry his daughter to me? She won't marry you if you don't have money? If that's what you're saying, then there's no love between the two of you. Xu Wenmin snorted. If she's interested in your money, then you don't have to marry her. Ew. You're such a stubborn old man. This was the second time Guan Xiaoxiang had called his father a stubborn old man, and he was indeed stubborn. What era are we in now? Can you get married without money? Do you think we're still in your era? How can you marry a beauty without a house, a car, or savings? I didn't say I wouldn't let you make money. I just don't want you to use my name to cheat others. Xu Wenmin couldn't argue, because what Guan Xiaoxiang said was the truth. Times were changing, and so were the conditions for marriage. I'm just a poor student. How can I make money without anyone to help me? Guan Xiaoxiang panicked. Are you kidding me? You're famous, and I'm your son. Can't you lend me a little? It's not like I'm doing bad things. No matter what you say, don't force me. I've already made up my mind. There's no room for negotiation. Xu Wenmin snorted. If you have the ability, then go find your own connections and start your own business. If you don't, then stay in school and work at the hospital. If Xiaolan breaks up with me, I'll never forgive you for the rest of my life. Guan Xiaoxiang was so angry that his face turned white. He thought that his father would agree to such a small matter. He even patted his chest and promised his classmates that there would be no problems. But now, as soon as he opened his mouth, his father rejected him. This made him very frustrated. Suit yourself. We have a guest. Go back to your room first. Guan Shumin glared at Guan Xiaoxiang, then stood up and nodded apologetically at Yang Ming. My apologies, Mr. Yang. My son is a disappointment. If he had 1/10 of your capabilities, I wouldn't be so angry. Guan Shumin had already found out about Yang Ming's identity from Lu Weishan. He was the behind-the-scenes boss of the Mingyang group. It could be said that he was a character who could call the wind and summon the rain in Songjiang City. I'm just lucky. With Godfather's help, I have today's success. Yang Ming smiled. When I started the company, I also used my godfather's reputation to open a jewelry company, so Xiaoxiang's idea is not wrong. That's different. If he has a medical qualification certificate and the funds to hire a famous doctor, then not only will I not stop him from opening a hospital, I will even help him. Guan Shumin waved his hand. But now he's just a student who hasn't graduated yet. He's just thinking about opening a hospital with a few of his classmates. How? Using my reputation as a shell company? Yang Ming smiled, walked over, and patted Guan Xiaoxiang's shoulder. You go back to your room first. When we're free later, I'll treat you to a meal. Guan Xiaoxiang was stunned. He didn't expect Yang Ming to treat him to a meal. But then he understood something. Yang Ming wouldn't treat him to a meal for no reason, and Yang Ming was a successful person. Then, he looked for him. Guan Xiaoxiang's eyes suddenly flashed with a hint of joy. Could it be that Yang Ming wants to help me? Guan Xiaoxiang's guess was not wrong. Yang Ming did want to help him. Yang Ming knew Guan Shuamin's character. He asked him to help treat Shun Yushi, but if he gave him money, he wouldn't accept it. So, He was prepared to help Guan Xiaoxiang. Anyway, he was going to Yunnan soon, and he didn't know if he would be able to come back. Before he left, he wanted to help others as much as he could. This way, he would leave a way out for himself and his friends. If Guan Xiaoxiang could guess, Guan Xuemin could too. Although he didn't understand why Yang Ming would help Guan Xiaoxiang, he was 80% sure that it was because of him. But this time, Guan Xuemin didn't say anything. Since Yang Ming was willing to help Xiaoxiang, it was good to let Xiaoxiang learn something from him. After Guan Xiaoxiang returned to his room, Yang Ming didn't mention the matter again. Instead, he directly talked to Guan Xuemin about Shun Yushi's condition. Professor Guan, Yushi's condition. Now it's like this. There are 2 treatment plans. Guan Xuemin didn't beat around the bush. He went straight to the point with Yang Ming. I know a neurologist from Yinjing. He's coming to Donghai City to participate in a medical conference next week. I can invite him to perform surgery on Shun Yushi. However, I've sent him Shun Yushi's medical record. Based on his current judgment, the success rate of the surgery is about 50%. 50%. If the surgery fails, will there be any repercussions? Yang Ming knew that there would be more to it. If the surgery didn't have any repercussions, Guan Xuemin wouldn't have to discuss this matter with him so seriously. You should have guessed it. Of course, there will be repercussions. Guan Xuemin sighed. If the surgery succeeds, then it's fine. But if the surgery fails, Shun Yushi will probably never stand up again in this life. After Yang Ming heard Guan Xuemin's words, he suddenly frowned. If that's the case, the risk is still very high. It's 50-50. Yes, if it wasn't high, I wouldn't have discussed it with you. Guan Xuemin nodded. I like Yushi very much. She's very cute and very kind. I've already acknowledged her as my goddaughter, so I have to treat her seriously. Oh? You've already acknowledged Yushi as your goddaughter? Yang Ming was slightly stunned. He didn't expect there to be such a change in the middle. I've already acknowledged her. I don't have a daughter. When I saw this child, I liked her, so I acknowledged her. Guan Xuemin smiled and said, Actually, I'm different from others. Others prefer boys over girls, but I prefer girls over boys. I actually hope to have a daughter, I see. Then, I wish you a granddaughter in the future, Yang Ming said with a smile. I don't expect anything from my eldest son. It's all up to Xiaoxiang. But this kid is so annoying. According to what he said, it's hard to say if he can get a wife. Guan Xuemin shook his head. He can definitely do it. Yang Ming said, You don't have to worry about this. Since you've already acknowledged Yushi as your goddaughter, then our relationship is one step closer. I won't say anything about being an outsider. Leave Xiaoxiang to me. At least before I leave, I can nurture him. Chapter 1857. Leave? Where are you going? Guan Xuemin was slightly stunned. To Yunnan. Yang Ming smiled and said, There are some things that I don't have to hide from you. I belong to a special personnel in a certain department. I have to perform a special task, but this time I may not be able to come back after I go, so I have to explain everything before I leave. Yang Ming didn't want to hide it from Guan Xuemin. Guan Xuemin was a famous scholar and wouldn't casually reveal his own affairs, so Yang Ming told him about his own affairs. In fact, Yang Ming would have to tell Guan Xuemin about these things sooner or later because he would be leaving soon. When that time came, Guan Xuemin would definitely not be able to contact him. So, Yang Ming was afraid that Guan Xuemin would stop the treatment of Shun Yushi. On the way here, he was prepared to have a showdown with Guan Xuemin. But he didn't expect that Guan Xuemin would accept Shun Yushi as his goddaughter. This was something that Yang Ming didn't expect. This way, even if he wasn't around, Guan Xuemin wouldn't stop the treatment of Shun Yushi. Before he left, he gave Guan Xiaoxiang a hand up to express his gratitude to Guan Xuemin. So that's your real identity. Guan Xuemin looked at Yang Ming with some shock. He was no stranger to some of the mysterious departments. Some of the aristocratic families that he had a good relationship with had people serving in special mysterious departments, but he didn't expect Yang Ming to be one of them. This time, I was prepared to have a showdown but I didn't expect you to accept Shinyushi as your goddaughter. It seems that I was overthinking. Yang Ming smiled. I was wondering why you wanted to help Xiao Xiang for no reason. So it was because of this. Guan Shuamin said, but don't worry, even if you don't care about Xiao Xiang, I will do my best to treat Yushi. Actually, I still have a good impression of Xiao Xiang. I feel that his nature is good, and he also has a spirit of adventure. He should be able to achieve something in the future. Besides, helping him is just a small matter. Yang Ming waved his hand dismissively. Let's not talk about this anymore. Let's continue talking about Yushi. This is the first treatment plan, but it's risky. Shuamin said, the second treatment plan is conservative treatment. I'll give her acupuncture every day, but it shouldn't have any effect. It can only prevent the muscles in her legs from shrinking, but it won't help her stand up again. Then is the second method also equivalent to not being able to stand up for the rest of your life? Yang Ming frowned. If the second method was like this, then he might as well take the risk and use the first method. Not necessarily. Maybe a miracle will happen, Guan Shuamin said. Or maybe we'll wait for a master to appear. Master? Is there anyone better than the expert you're talking about? Yang Ming was slightly stunned and asked. Yes, of course. Shuamin said, he's a legend. His name is Lin Dongfang, and he's a miraculous doctor. I once received some pointers from him. With just a few words, I was enlightened and became a famous Chinese medicine practitioner. Think about how great he is. Yang Ming was shocked by Shuamin's words. How could there be such a great person? It's not an exaggeration to say that he can defy the heavens and change fate. He's really a miracle. Shuamin exclaimed. Then this miraculous Dr. Lin. Yang Ming hesitated for a moment and asked. Although Yang Ming guessed that this miraculous Dr. Lin might have lived in seclusion, he still didn't want to give up. Disappeared, without any warning. Shuamin shook his head. Suddenly, he thought of something and said to Yang Ming, oh, right. Where did you say you were going? I'm going to Yunnan. What's wrong? Yang Ming was slightly stunned. He didn't understand why Shuamin suddenly changed the topic from miraculous Dr. Lin to him. Yunnan. Yes, Shuamin said. Before Mr. Lin disappeared, he had been studying the voodoo of Yunnan's Miaojiang. He had a deep understanding of bacteriology. At that time, your godfather, Lu Weishan's son, Lu Tianqi, also knew Mr. Lin. The two of them often discussed bacteriology together. They studied the voodoo of Miaojiang as a kind of bacteriology. Lu Tianqi, godfather's son? Yang Ming was stunned. He didn't expect his godfather's son, his elder brother, to know Lin Dongfang. So what I suspect is that they went to Yunnan's Miaojiang village to study voodoo. Shuamin frowned. Apparently, he was carefully recalling the scene. At that time, I heard that someone from Miaojiang village came to invite them. I don't know if they went there and then encountered some danger. Yunnan's Miaojiang village? Lu Tianqi. Yang Ming suddenly stood up. He thought of a very important matter. Lan Ling once looked at Lu Weishan's photo at Lu Tianqi's house and said that she seemed to have seen him somewhere. Could it be that Lu Tianqi and Lin Dongfang really went to Yunnan's Miaojiang village? When Lan Ling said that, although Yang Ming was puzzled, he didn't take it to heart. He thought that she remembered wrongly. But now, with Shuamin's words, what Lan Ling said should be the truth. What's wrong? What did you think of? Shuamin was shocked by Yang Ming's action. Nothing. Yang Ming sat down with a bitter smile and shook his head. I just suddenly remembered that a friend of mine from Yunnan's Miaojiang village said that he had seen Lu Tianqi there. Are they really there? That's great. Shuamin listened to Yang Ming's words and was delighted. I asked you about going to Yunnan because I wanted you to inquire about miracle Dr. Lin Dongfang and see if he appeared there. As long as we find Lin Dongfang, there is hope for Shun Yushi's leg to be cured? Yang Ming asked with some excitement. 100%. Shuamin nodded and said with certainty, this little injury is nothing for miracle Dr. Lin Dongfang. Well, this time I've tried my best to inquire about him. Even if I can't come back, I will definitely pass the news to you. Yang Ming nodded and said solemnly, that's great. Shuamin was overjoyed. My biggest wish in this life is to see Mr. Lin in my lifetime. Even if I can't learn anything, I want to personally thank him for teaching me so many things. It's just that I can't even be considered as his registered disciple. Don't judge too early. If I see him, I will definitely ask him to accept you as his disciple. Yang Ming smiled and said, Right, where is Yushi? He's asleep in the room upstairs. I'll take you to see him. Guan Shuimi nodded, stood up, and went upstairs with Yang Ming. Chapter 1858. Shen Yushi was looking up some economic management forum information in front of the computer at the desk. However, she fell asleep as soon as she felt sleepy. She was sleeping soundly at the moment. When she heard someone knocking on the door, she thought it was Mother Lu calling her for dinner. Therefore, she sat in a wheelchair and opened the door. She did not pay much attention to her image. Yushi, Yang Ming is here, Guan Shumin said to Shen Yushi with a smile. Ah, Shen Yushi screamed. She deliberately maintained her most beautiful side in front of Yang Ming every time. Even if her leg was broken, Shen Yushi would dress herself up beautifully. However, when she was with Guan Shumin, Shen Yushi did not pay much attention to her image. After all, there was no one here to look at her. Shen Yushi seized all the time to study and study. However, she did not expect Yang Ming to suddenly come. This made Shen Yushi, who always wanted to leave a good impression on Yang Ming, feel a little embarrassed. She hurriedly closed the door and said, Wait a minute. Let me change my clothes. Shen Yushi was wearing pajamas, which were very formal. However, in order to find an excuse to close the door, Shen Yushi could only say that she wanted to change her clothes. Yang Ming smiled slightly and said, You don't have to change. Why are you so formal? I'm just going to take a look. Don't trouble yourself. If that's the case, then I'll leave first. Don't. Shen Yushi quickly opened the door of the room again. She missed Yang Ming so much during this time. She dreamed of seeing him every day. Now that Yang Ming was here, he wanted to leave. Haven't you let him leave just like that? Your current image is like a confused girl in a manga. It's quite cute. Yang Ming knew what Shen Yushi was thinking, so he comforted her. When Shen Yushi heard Yang Ming's words, her face turned red. She knew that Yang Ming had seen through her thoughts. She suddenly felt a little embarrassed. She also knew that it was impossible for her and Yang Ming to be together. However, she still hoped that Yang Ming would look at her a few more times. Even if he had a little favorable impression of her, Shen Yushi would be satisfied. Shen Yushi knew that her mentality was not desirable, but she still hoped that she could stand up one day and walk side by side with Yang Ming outside. Even if it was just a walk, she would be very happy. Therefore, this was the only reason why she wanted to stand up. Every day, Shen Yushi actively cooperated with Guan Shuimin because of this thought. Yushi, how do you feel? You seem to have put on some weight. Looks like you're in a good mood after acknowledging Professor Guan as your godfather. Yang Ming joked. No way. Shen Yushi was a little embarrassed. Girls always didn't like others to call them fat. I'm not that fat. Hee. You look better with some weight. A while ago, you were so thin that you didn't even look like you anymore. Now, you look much prettier. Yang Ming smiled and said, I was stunned by you just now. Although Shen Yushi was very beautiful, Yang Ming would not praise her like this. Yang Ming was surrounded by beautiful women, so he had a certain immunity to beautiful women. He said this to give Shen Yushi some confidence. Yang Ming was very clear about Shen Yushi's thoughts. He didn't know how long he would be gone for when he went to Yunnan. Therefore, Yang Ming was afraid that during the time he was gone, Shen Yushi would give up on herself and lose confidence in life. If that happened, it would be difficult to deal with her condition. After all, a normal person sitting in a wheelchair for a long time would also have some bad thoughts. Now, Yang Ming hoped that Shen Yushi could maintain her confidence and hope. Maybe he could find Lin Dongfang in Yunnan. Then, he could ask him to come back and treat Shen Yushi. As long as Shen Yushi insisted on doing some leg massages and training every day to prevent the leg muscles from atrophying, it would be fine. However, this was a long-term mission. Yang Ming was afraid that Shun Yushi would not be able to persevere. Therefore, this time, Yang Ming was going all out. Anyway, his future was uncertain. Before he died, Yang Ming was very happy to be able to do something for the people around him. Professor Guan, I have something to say to Yushi alone. You see, Yang Ming turned his head and looked at Guan Xiumin. No problem. You guys talk. I'll tell Aunt Lu to prepare dinner and take a look at Xiao Xiang. Guan Xiumin said, nodded, and went downstairs. Yang Ming pushed Shun Yushi's wheelchair into the room and closed the door. Shun Yushi was a little nervous. She didn't know why Yang Ming suddenly wanted to talk to her. Was it a good thing or a bad thing? Is my condition getting worse? Will I not be able to stand up in the future? For a moment, Shun Yushi was a little worried. After all, she had always dreamed of being able to stand up one day. Shun Yushi thought, what did Yang Ming want to say to me behind Guan Xiumin's back? He deliberately asked Guan Xiumin to leave first before talking to me. Could it be that he wants to talk about me and him? Did he see through my thoughts and was preparing to reject me and not let me fantasize? When Shun Yushi thought of this, she felt weak all over. She was very nervous. She was so nervous that she couldn't speak clearly. You? Why are you looking for me? Looking at Shun Yushi's nervous expression, Yang Ming also became a little nervous. When Shun Yushi saw Yang Ming's nervous expression, she became even more nervous. Could it be that my guess was not wrong? Yushi, there is something that I have to tell you. Yang Ming's expression suddenly became serious, which made Shun Yushi's heart tremble. However, Shun Yushi adjusted her emotions and looked at Yang Ming with a forced smile. What is it? You have to be mentally prepared, Yang Ming reminded her. Shun Yushi was about to cry. The more Yang Ming said this, the more scared she was. Could it be that my guess was going to come true? Yushi, actually, I had a good impression of you not long after I saw you. Yang Ming was ready to risk it all anyway. However, he wasn't lying to Shun Yushi. Shun Yushi was very beautiful. It was impossible for him not to have any feelings for her. Shun Yushi couldn't react for a while. She only felt that there was a short circuit in her brain. She stared at Yang Ming with her eyes wide open. She was at a loss. Did I scare you? Yang Ming had prepared so much to give Shun Yushi a shock. Otherwise, if he said it directly, Shun Yushi wouldn't believe it easily. However, Yang Ming had prepared so much, so it was more believable. However, this good impression is limited to me coveting your beauty and wanting to take you for myself. In fact, I am a very overbearing man. I have always been like this. Shun Yushi had just recovered from the shock. She couldn't help but be surprised and happy. She never thought that Yang Ming would have a good impression of her and like her. However, Yang Ming suddenly confessed to her. Chapter 1859. Shun Yushi didn't know what to do. Although Yang Ming said that this favorable impression was just because he coveted her beauty, Shun Yushi was still very happy. This showed that Yang Ming at least had feelings for her. That was enough. No. Shun Yushi shook her head. Yang Ming, you said that you really had feelings for me? Not only before. In fact, I have always had this thought for you after that. It was just that your leg was broken. So, I was embarrassed to mention this matter again. Yang Ming said, in fact, when you were in the nightclub before, I was the one who spread the rumor that you were my lover. I was going to take that opportunity to make the act real, but who would have thought that there would be such an accident? Yang Ming wanted Shun Yushi to cheer up and not give up, so he couldn't care so much. He took almost all the responsibility in order to make Shun Yushi believe him. Shun Yushi was stunned. Wasn't the rumor spread because of my silence? Could it be that Yang Ming also added fuel to the fire in the middle? However, when I opened the door just now, I saw your flirtatious expression when you just woke up. I really couldn't help it and wanted to confess to you. Yushi, do you accept? Yang Ming said affectionately. I. Shun Yushi said the word I 3 times. She was so excited that she couldn't speak. Shun Yushi never thought that Yang Ming would have feelings for her. If she had known earlier, she would have been together with Yang Ming long ago. She wouldn't have to suffer so much. However, now that her leg was broken, she wasn't worthy of Yang Ming. It would be embarrassing to be his lover, so Shun Yushi was a little embarrassed for a while. Although Yang Ming's words made her feel moved, she reminded herself in her heart that now was not the same as before. Don't hold on to those unrealistic fantasies. Yushi, if you don't speak, I'll take it that you accept it. Yang Ming pretended to be happy and carried Shun Yushi up. The blanket covering Shun Yushi's legs suddenly fell to the ground. Shun Yushi only wore a pair of underwear on her lower body. Because of the problem with her legs, Guan Xiumin had to come to her regularly for acupuncture. Moreover, she also had to do massages frequently. Therefore, it was very inconvenient to wear pajamas. Therefore, Shun Yushi usually covered her legs with a blanket. Anyway, Guan Xiumin was a doctor, and she had recognized him as her godfather. Shun Yushi was still able to let go. But now that Yang Ming was carrying her, Shun Yushi was a little embarrassed. My blanket, everything has been said. Yushi, what are you still embarrassed about? Yang Ming carried Shun Yushi to the bed and said with a smile. Shun Yushi was a little nervous. Is Yang Ming going to hug me now and do that? But wasn't this too fast? Although Shun Yushi did not reject it, this was Guan Xiumin's house. Moreover, my legs are broken. I can't cooperate well with Yang Ming. Will there be a problem? Shun Yushi's thoughts were running wild. Yang Ming picked up the blanket on the ground and covered Shun Yushi's legs. Don't catch a cold. Shun Yushi's face was slightly red. She understood that she was thinking too much. Yang Ming did not mean that at the moment, so she nodded embarrassedly. Okay, I finally said the words in my heart. I can leave in peace. Yang Ming said with a sigh. Leave? Where are you going? Shun Yushi was slightly stunned. She was thinking about how to be intimate with Yang Ming in a while, but Yang Ming suddenly wanted to leave. Shun Yushi's heart tightened and asked quickly, I'm going to carry out a special mission. Yang Ming smiled. Now that you're my girlfriend, I won't hide it from you. When Shun Yushi heard Yang Ming call her his girlfriend, she was so happy that she almost screamed out loud. My dream has actually come true, just like that? It can't be, right? Am I dreaming now? Yes, I must be in a daze. I was looking at the information on the computer just now. Unknowingly, I don't know anything. I must be dreaming now. Yushi, what's with your expression? Yang Ming saw Shun Yushi's expression and asked curiously. This is a dream. I'm afraid of waking up. Shun Yushi whispered. How is this a dream? Yang Ming didn't know whether to laugh or cry. How would a dreamer know that they are dreaming? Those who suspect that they are dreaming are usually awake. If you don't believe me, pinch yourself. I heard that you can't feel pain in your dreams. Oh, Shun Yushi subconsciously pinched her leg. It doesn't hurt. It's over. It must be a dream. Yang Ming was a little speechless. If you could feel something in your leg, wouldn't you be able to stand up? Yes. Shun Yushi was a little embarrassed. She was so flustered that she didn't consider that she couldn't feel anything in her leg. Now that she was reminded by Yang Ming, she quickly changed her position and pinched it. It was really painful. It wasn't a dream. How is it? Are you dreaming? Yang Ming said with a smile. So, you really like me? Shun Yushi asked in surprise. In the past, it was just the kind of coveting when a man sees a beautiful woman. However, after this period of contact, I really like you. Yang Ming said, especially your indomitable spirit of fighting against the disease. That's what attracted me the most. Yang Ming was always looking for opportunities to hint to Shun Yushi not to give up. Sure enough, Shun Yushi was delighted. Really? Then I will persevere until the end. I will stand up. At that time, will you still like me? Of course. Yang Ming nodded. But I heard from Godfather that it might take a long time. Will you be tired of it? Shun Yushi asked with some concern. Previously, she was already satisfied when she imagined that Yang Ming would be good to her or accompany her often. However, now that Yang Ming had expressed his love for her, Shun Yushi had more extravagant hopes. Once she got it, she didn't want to lose it again. The thing I want to tell you is also about this. Yang Ming smiled. I have to go out too. It will be a long time. Is it the special mission that you just mentioned? Shen Yushi also reacted. Yang Ming just told her about the special mission. What's going on? Things are like this. In fact, my real identity belongs to a mysterious department. This department specializes in performing some dangerous and confidential missions. Yang Ming said. As for the content of the mission, I can't say it. However, this mission is very complicated. It will take a long time. It may be a few months, or maybe a few years. Chapter 1860. So long? Shen Yushi listened to Yang Ming's words and looked at him with some surprise. This is considered fast. If it is slow, it doesn't necessarily take long. Yang Ming smiled bitterly. So, in order to prevent you from accepting other people's pursuit after you recover, I said it before I left. Of course, this was just an excuse for Yang Ming. Yang Ming was very clear about Shen Yushi's situation. Guan Shuimin had already said that no one could make Shen Yushi stand up except for Lin Dongfang. There was no miracle. Even Yang Ming himself couldn't do anything. Otherwise, Guan Shuimin wouldn't just say that he would try his best to maintain it. No. Shen Yushi's face suddenly turned red. She liked Yang Ming in her heart. It was just that happiness came too quickly for her to accept. Of course, Shen Yushi didn't think about whether Yang Ming's sudden confession had other factors. However, Yang Ming also explained that he had to go out to perform a mission. It would take at least a few months and at most a few years. So, it was normal for Yang Ming to suddenly confess at this time. However, Yang Ming's question was a bit redundant. Even if Yang Ming didn't confess, Shen Yushi wouldn't like others. During this time, Yang Ming's shadow had been imprinted in her mind. Shen Yushi couldn't forget it for the rest of her life. Especially after her leg was broken, Yang Ming was willing to go to great lengths for her. This made Shen Yushi very moved. Her previous admiration for Yang Ming might be due to the impulse to be a hero saving a damsel in distress. It might also be due to the greed for Yang Ming's money. But now, she really liked Yang Ming. This was a man who could make a girl's heart move. So, Shen Yushi flatly denied Yang Ming's guess. I will wait for you to come back. I am relieved when you say so. Do you want to stamp it first? Yang Ming asked with a smile. What stamp? Shen Yushi was stunned. Just a kiss, Yang Ming said. No, don't. Shen Yushi was a little embarrassed. Although this was what she had been looking forward to, Shen Yushi was embarrassed when Yang Ming mentioned it. After all, she was a girl, and they were in someone else's house. How could she dare to let Yang Ming kiss her? Then I'll owe you first. I'll collect the interest when I come back. Yang Ming didn't really want to kiss Shen Yushi. He just wanted to give her an illusion of reality so that she would believe it. And Shen Yushi nodded with a red face. Then, you should stay at home and recuperate. It would be best if you could stand up and welcome me when I come back. Yang Ming encouraged Shen Yushi. Yes, I will definitely. Shen Yushi's heart was now full of hope. She seemed to see Yang Ming holding her hand and strolling around the neighborhood after she stood up. What a beautiful life that would be. I'm going to Yunnan. Do you have any gifts that you want? Asked Yang Ming. No need. I'm very happy that you came back safely. Shen Yushi naturally wouldn't ask for anything. Then, I'll see what I want, said Yang Ming. In fact, Yang Ming didn't say what he wanted to say in his heart. That was finding Lin Dongfang was the best gift for Shen Yushi. It was just that Lin Dongfang's whereabouts were uncertain. There had been no news of him for many years. Moreover, he was going to perform a mission. Whether he had time to find Lin Dongfang was still a problem. And Shen Yushi nodded. When I get there, I may have to turn off my phone. There may not be any news for a while. Don't be nervous. It's okay. Yang Ming gave Shen Yushi a heads up in advance. What if this girl couldn't find him and gave up on herself again? And I know. Just focus on your work. Don't worry about me. Shen Yushi nodded and said obediently. I'm at home. If there's anything, just call Brother Bao. I'll give him a call now. Yang Ming hesitated and said, Although Guan Xuemin was also a very famous figure in Songshan City, he wasn't as good as Bao Sanli in some aspects, so Yang Ming still had to explain to Bao Sanli. And it's okay. Brother Bao is very good to me. Shun Yushi was even more embarrassed. Oh, I have to let him know, Yang Ming said as he took out his phone and dialed Bao Sanli's number. Brother Yang. Bao Sanli quickly picked up the phone. Even though Yang Ming was about to leave, Bao Sanli still respected Yang Ming. This respect came from the unequal and unattainable respect. Yang Ming was a god to him, so Bao Sanli wouldn't have any thoughts of resistance in his life. He only wanted to do his best to follow Yang Ming. Baozi, what are you doing? Asked Yang Ming. I'm in the company. Brother Yang, I have something to report to you, said Bao Sanli. I was just about to call you. The matter is like this. There's a problem with the Liu family. Liu Huamei is under house arrest. They called us to ask for help to control the situation. I haven't agreed yet. I want to ask for Brother Yang's opinion. Oh, isn't the old man Liu Jianyin still alive? Why are the people in his family a little impatient? Yang Ming was slightly stunned. The people in the Liu family couldn't hold back when they just saw the news of Liu Jianyin being critically ill and hospitalized on TV. He's not dead, but it's probably close. So his descendants are beginning to get restless, said Bao Sanli. Liu Huamei promised that if we help her, she will give us 20% of the shares after it's done. Oh, this kind of empty promise is nothing. Yang Ming smiled. She also said that it's only after it's done. But is it really that easy to do it? Her situation now is very unfavorable. Even if we help her, we may not be able to get her into the Jianyan group. Once she fails, our help in the early stages will become worthless. She won't give us any reward. That's true. This is why I didn't promise her immediately. Sister-in-law Xiaolu is looking for someone to do a risk assessment to see if it's worth it, said Bao Sanli. It's fine to study it first. It's not too late to talk about it after I return to Songjiang. The later we take action, the easier it is to see the situation clearly. Yang Ming said, wait until Liu Huamei has used up all her trump cards and fought with her cousins. Then, we'll take action according to the situation. All right, then I'll wait for you to come back, Brother Yang. It's good to wait and see about the Liu family's matter. When Liu Huamei is anxious and has no trump cards left, she can give us the biggest benefits. Bao Sanli nodded. But what if Liu Jinan or Liu Zhiqiao find us to cooperate? Chapter 1861. Let them get lost, said Yang Ming faintly. Yang Ming naturally didn't have a good impression of Liu Jinan and Liu Zhiqiao. Liu Jinan and Liu Jifei were together, and they were scheming against Jing Xiaolu. Yang Ming naturally wouldn't let them go. As for Liu Zhiqiao, Yang Ming didn't know him at all. What cooperation? Understood, Brother Yang. Bao Sanli nodded and said, right, Brother Yang. Why are you looking for me? When I was talking about the Liu family, I almost forgot that you were the one who called me. It's like this. Aren't I going to perform a mission in a while? I'll leave Yushi's side to you, said Yang Ming. Oh, Bao Sanli was obviously stunned. Shen Yushi? I'm at her place. Yang Ming said, help me to visit her regularly and take care of her. Brother Yang, are you at Songshan? Bao Sanli naturally knew that Shun Yushi was being treated at Guan Xuemin's place, but it was strange. Why did Yang Ming suddenly go there to see Shun Yushi and talk to him in such a tone? Could it be that he and Shun Yushi I'm at Professor Wan's house? Yang Ming said, Yushi, when you call her in the future, change the way you address her. I understand. Bao Sanli would be a fool if he still didn't understand Yang Ming's words. He quickly promised, don't worry, Brother Yang. Leave sister-in-law Yushi's matter to me. Huh. Yang Ming smiled. Bao Sanli's voice was very loud, so his words were clearly heard by Shun Yushi, who was beside him. She lowered her head shyly. After the call, Yang Ming said to Shun Yushi, then I'll go first. You take care of yourself. Yes. Shun Yushi did not have the thought of giving up on herself. Previously, she also planned to work hard to treat her illness and then work in Yang Ming's company. Now, she had no intention of giving up on herself. She wanted to cherish herself and wait for Yang Ming to come back. After closing the door to Shun Yushi's room, Yang Ming sighed slightly. He had comforted Shun Yushi for the time being. It could be said that he had resolved one of his worries. Guan Shuamin was waiting near the stairs. When he saw Yang Ming come out, he nodded at him. "How was it, Mr. Yang? There should be no problem. Before I come back, there won't be any thoughts of giving up," Yang Ming said with a smile. "That's good. Patients are not afraid of being sick, but they're most afraid of not having confidence." Guan Shuamin nodded. "There is no problem in maintaining Shun Yushi's condition, but I am afraid that she has no confidence in herself. That is the scariest thing." Yang Ming also nodded in agreement. "Right, how is Xiao Xiang? I persuaded him, but he was a little upset. He said that he lost face in front of his classmates, and his girlfriend would look down on him." Guan Shuamin shook his head helplessly. "This kid, I think he is still immature. Young people, there are always times when they are impulsive." Speaking of this, Yang Ming was a little fascinated. Didn't I also act impulsively? However, the impulsive times were very far away from me. Unknowingly, Yang Ming had surpassed the mental age of his peers. He felt that he had experienced a lot of vicissitudes. "That's true. However, Mr. Yang can't see anything." Guan Shuamin laughed. "Professor Guan, since you are Yushi's godfather, then I will call you uncle. You can also call me Yang Ming or Big Ming. Don't call me Mr. Yang. It sounds awkward," said Yang Ming. "Okay, then I will call you Yang Ming." Guan Shuamin nodded. "You don't look as old as Xiao Xiang." "Yeah, actually I'm only in my first year." Yang Ming shrugged. "But I feel like I'm already far away from the lives of people my age." "Yeah, I think so too." Guan Shuamin laughed. "Xiao Xiang is probably worried, right? He has been waiting for you in his room." "Hee hee, I will go over now." Yang Ming nodded and went downstairs with Guan Shuamin. When they arrived at Guan Xiaoxiang's door, Yang Ming knocked. Guan Xiaoxiang quickly opened the door, but he felt that he was a little impulsive. He was afraid that Yang Ming would think that he was an unreliable person. He scratched his head awkwardly. Mr. Yang, I was a little impatient." "He in a hurry to eat?" Yang Ming teased. "Ah, yeah." Guan Xiaoxiang nodded gratefully when he saw that Yang Ming didn't see through him. "Let's go then. I am hungry anyway," Yang Ming said and gave Guan Shuamin a look. He then led Guan Xiaoxiang out the door. Adele? Guan Xiaoxiang was stunned when he saw Yang Ming's car at the door. The last time he saw Yang Ming, he remembered that Yang Ming drove a BMW X5. Yang Ming was already this rich. Although he had guessed that Yang Ming was very rich from his father's conversation with Yang Ming, he didn't think that Yang Ming was already this rich. He could afford a good car with a small business. But if he had two good cars, then he wouldn't be a small business owner. At the very least, when the business reached a certain scale and had a lot of spare cash, he would buy one. "Hey, get in the car," Yang Ming said with a smile. Little Wang saw Yang Ming come out of Guan Shuamin's house and quickly got out of the driver's seat to open the door for Yang Ming. Guan Xiaoxiang was even more shocked. Yang Ming had a chauffeur? Mr. Yang. Guan Xiaoxiang hesitated and asked, "Is your business big?" "It's not that big. You don't have to call me Mr. Yang. Just call me Yang Ming." Yang Ming smiled. "Then I'll call you Brother Yang." Guan Xiaoxiang also felt that calling Yang Ming Mr. Yang was a bit awkward. "Up to you," Yang Ming said. "Let's talk in the car." "Okay." Guan Xiaoxiang was flattered. It was his first time sitting in such a luxurious car. "Little Wang, find a restaurant," Yang Ming said to Little Wang. But then he remembered that this was Song's Han, not Songjiang's territory. Little Wang wouldn't know where to find food, so he turned to Guan Xiaoxiang. "Xiaoxiang, do you know where to go?" Guan Xiaoxiang hesitated and said shyly, "There are a lot of snacks near the school. They're all delicious and not expensive." "Is there a good hotel?" Yang Ming asked. "Forget about those snack bars. They don't even have a private room. Let's find one that's about the same. There's a bigger hotel nearby. It was the Douglas Hotel before, but now it's called the Songjiang International Hotel." Guan Xiaoxiang didn't know that Yang Ming was from Songjiang City, and Guan Shuamin didn't have time to tell him. When they got in the car, Guan Xiaoxiang didn't notice that Yang Ming's license plate was from Songjiang. Chapter 1862. Oh, Songjiang International Hotel? Yang Ming was slightly taken aback, then smiled. Let's go there then. It's not cheap there, and there's a minimum price for the private rooms. Guan Xiaoxiang had only heard from a rich classmate in his class that the Songjiang International Hotel was so luxurious that it was like heaven on earth. Oh, no problem. Yang Ming smiled. Do you know the address? After leaving the school, turn right and walk straight for less than a kilometer. Guan Xiaoxiang naturally knew the address. Little Wang, let's go there. Yang Ming nodded. Okay, Brother Yang. Little Wang naturally knew that the Songjiang International Hotel was a property of the Ming Yang Group. He was once the security captain of the Songjiang International Hotel. Yang Ming glanced at Guan Xiaoxiang and said, All right, call your girlfriend again and come out together. My girlfriend? Call her too. Guan Xiaoxiang was a bit tempted. Ever since he became friends with Xiaolan, he had never taken her to a proper hotel. It was either the school cafeteria or the snack bar in front of the school. Although Xiaolan didn't complain about it, Guan Xiaoxiang still felt uncomfortable in his heart. Looking at the rich students in his class bringing their girlfriends to luxury hotels and hotels, Guan Xiaoxiang's heart itched. But his pocket money was strictly controlled by Guan Xiuming. He only had a few hundred yuan a month, so naturally, he didn't dare to be too extravagant. Even when he got a room with Xiaolan, he only dared to go to a budget hotel. The soundproofing was bad, and the environment was bad. But Guan Xiaoxiang had no choice, so he desperately wanted to make money. The more Xiaolan didn't say anything, the more Guan Xiaoxiang felt bad. But Yang Ming's suggestion made Guan Xiaoxiang feel a bit moved. Going to the Songjiang International Hotel was enough to show off to the other students in the class. Can I? Guan Xiaoxiang was afraid that Yang Ming was just being polite, so he carefully confirmed. Why not? You're starting a business with your girlfriend anyway. You can talk about your business plan. Yang Ming smiled. Then, I'll call her now. Guan Xiaoxiang was very happy. He knew in his heart that Yang Ming was treating him like this because of his father, Guan Xiuming. However, even if Guan Xiuming had helped Yang Ming treat Shen Yushi, there was no need for Yang Ming to help him like this. Besides, Guan Xiaoxiang understood Shen Yushi's condition. There was basically no hope. Why would Yang Ming help him? Guan Xiaoxiang excitedly dialed his girlfriend Xiaolan's number, but the call was hung up after 2 rings. At the same time, in a duplex bungalow in Songshan's Qianhua Shuyan district, a girl nervously hung up the phone in her hand. Xiaolan, who's calling? A man glanced at the girl's hand and asked. No one. The girl named Xiaolan suddenly became even more nervous. Let me see the phone. The man glared at Xiaolan and snatched the phone from her hand. Dad, Xiaolan had no choice but to answer. It's Xiaoxiang. Please don't be like this. Don't be like this? Don't be like what? The man snorted. Why didn't you pick up the phone? What did I tell you before for nothing? Dad, Xiaoxiang is actually very good, and his family is not bad. Uncle Guan has a lot of prestige in the medical field. Xiaolan explained. It's just that Uncle Guan is an honest person, so his family is not rich. Honest my ass. Why do you have so many reasons for not being able to earn money? Zhang Hualan's father, Zhang Dianhai, snorted disdainfully. Didn't I tell you? I've been promoted. In Songshan, I'm considered a celebrity in society. I know some high-ranking officials and dignitaries. Just based on your looks, I'll introduce you to a young talent who is 100 times better than that bullshit Xiaoxiang. What young talent? Isn't he just a bunch of playboys? Zhang Hualan frowned. Dad, you don't understand Xiaoxiang. Xiaoxiang will definitely be successful in the future. He has the confidence to make his own career. Confidence my ass. What's the use of having confidence without strength? Zhang Dianhai snorted. You don't understand logic. Wait until you get married, you'll understand. Without money, everything is useless. Even though I can earn some money, but at the end of the day, I'm still working for others. The money I earn now is not even enough for me to enjoy my retirement. I'm still hoping that you can find a rich husband in the future to help me out. If you don't find a rich husband, what am I going to do? Xiao Xiang will definitely be rich in the future, Zhang Hualan argued. All right, let's not talk about those useless things. I don't care about the future. I only care about the present. Zhang Dianhai waved his hand. Call him back now and ask him to come out. I want to talk to him. You? What do you want to talk about? Zhang Hualan was shocked and asked. Of course it's about you too. Give me 5 million as a betrothal gift, and I'll agree to you two dating. Otherwise, don't look for you anymore. Zhang Dianhai said. 5 million. Zhang Hualan was shocked. She knew about Guan Xiaoxiang's family situation. How could they have 5 million? Even though they lived in a villa, it was provided by the school. They didn't buy it. What, you think it's too much? It's not much. 5 million is just to prove his ability. If he can't even get 5 million now, then how can he guarantee your happiness in the future? He even said that he'll make a career out of it. Nonsense. Zhang Dianhai said. If he can get 5 million, then I'll believe in his ability. Dad, give him some time. He'll definitely find a way. Zhang Hualan could only try to stall for time and take one step at a time. There's no time. Tomorrow is the deadline. If you can't get it, then get out. Zhang Dianhai said. The boss of the hotel is going to introduce a girlfriend to one of his nephews today. With your qualifications, it won't be a problem. If Guan Xiaoxiang can't get the money, then I'll introduce him to you. Dad, can't you be more reasonable? Zhang Hualan was about to cry. What I say is reasonable. Zhang Dianhai snorted. Call him later and ask him to come to my hotel. Let him see what the life of the rich is like. Zhang Dianhai guessed that Guan Xiaoxiang had never been to such a high-end hotel. After he came, he would feel ashamed and then take the initiative to break up with his daughter. When Zhang Dianhai wasn't doing very well, he didn't want to break up Zhang Hualan and Guan Xiaoxiang so fiercely. However, he just started working at the Songjiang International Hotel a few days ago and was appointed as the executive vice president. Suddenly, he became awesome. One must know that the Songjiang International Hotel was one of the best 5-star hotels in Songshan City. The standard of the people he usually interacted with was suddenly higher, so Zhang Dianhai's vision suddenly became higher. Chapter 1863. Just as Zhang Hualan was about to refuse, the phone in her hand rang again. Don't hang up. Give me the phone. I'll talk to him. Zhang Dianhai said as he reached for the phone in his daughter's hand. Guan Xiaoxiang called once, but Zhang Hualan didn't pick up. He was a bit confused, so he waited for a while before calling again. This time, it was a male voice that answered. Guan Xiaoxiang, right? Yes. Are you Uncle Zhang? Guan Xiaoxiang was shocked to hear the man's voice and quickly asked carefully. Yes, it's me. Are you looking for Xiaolan? Zhang Dianhai asked. Yes. Is Xiaolan there? Guan Xiaoxiang asked. Good. I need to talk to you about something. Where are you now? Zhang Dianhai asked. Talk to me? Talk to me? Guan Xiaoxiang paused. Uncle Zhang, what do you want to talk to me about? What's that talk about? You'll know when we meet. Zhang Dianhai said. It's about you and Xiaolan. Where are you? I just came out of the house. Guan Xiaoxiang said carefully. Wait for me in the lobby of the Songjiang International Hotel in half an hour. We'll talk when we meet. Zhang Dianhai didn't wait for Guan Xiaoxiang to reply and hung up. Hello, Uncle Zhang? Guan Xiaoxiang looked at his phone helplessly. It showed that the call was over. What's wrong? Yang Ming looked at Guan Xiaoxiang's troubled expression and asked with a smile. Xiaolan, my girlfriend's father is looking for me. He wants to talk to me about something. Guan Xiaoxiang said carefully. Oh, looks like it's not the right time for me to treat you to a meal. Why don't you meet your future father-in-law first? Yang Ming asked with a smile. Brother Yang, can you come with me? Give me some courage. I'm a bit scared. Guan Xiaoxiang hesitated. I heard from Uncle Zhang, Xiaolan's father, that there's something wrong with his tone. It seems like he doesn't approve of me and Xiaolan. Let's go then. Where is it? Yang Ming didn't mind going with Guan Xiaoxiang. He was secretly laughing at Guan Xiaoxiang's little trick. Of course, Yang Ming knew what Guan Xiaoxiang was thinking. He wanted Yang Ming to back him up at a critical moment, but he didn't want to say it out loud, so he said that he wanted Yang Ming to back him up. However, Yang Ming already had the intention of helping Guan Xiaoxiang, so he didn't care about these things. It's at the Songjiang International Hotel, the place we're going to, Guan Xiaoxiang said. That's good. We don't have to change directions. Yang Ming nodded. Little Wang parked the car in the parking lot of the Songjiang International Hotel. Originally, Yang Ming was going to let Little Wang book a private room, but because Zhang Jianhai was treating, Yang Ming was not in a hurry to book a private room. He waited in the hotel lobby with Guan Xiaoxiang. Qianhuashuan district was one of the most luxurious districts in Songshan City. This place was known as the symbol of Songshan's power. Every house here was a duplex, and there were even independent villas. Every house started at 10 million, and villas could be sold for more than 30 million. People who could live here were either rich or noble. And this Qianhuashuan district was known as the rich district of Songshan City. Although not all rich people lived here, those who lived here were definitely rich people. The house Zhang Dianhai lived in now was a duplex villa, so the 5 million he asked Guan Xiaoxiang to take out wasn't a lot. As the senior management of the hotel, he had an annual salary of more than 1 million, especially now that he was the vice president of the 5-star Songjiang International Hotel. His annual salary had increased to nearly 2 million, so Zhang Dianhai had become very powerful these few days. Driving his Mercedes-Benz R300, Zhang Dianhai drove his daughter, Zhang Hualan, to the Songjiang International Hotel. President Zhang. The security guard at the entrance saw Zhang Dianhai's car and immediately saluted him. Zhang Dianhai enjoyed this feeling and nodded to the security guard. He drove the car into the parking lot and found an empty spot to park. Then he said to Zhang Hualan, "See, this is the difference between status and identity. If I wasn't the vice president here, would the security guard greet me? If you and Guan Xiaoxiang came here, the security guard probably wouldn't let you in, right? Which one of those who come here don't drive? Even those who take taxis are a minority." Zhang Hualan frowned. "I don't know, but I do know that Xiaoxiang will definitely reach higher heights in the future. If he can be like me, it's already not bad. Even higher." Zhang Dianhai laughed coldly. "I don't know if he came or not, but he was probably stopped by the security guard at the entrance." "How is that possible? Xiaoxiang is also a talent, and the security guard here wouldn't look down on people." Zhang Hualan pointed at the entrance. "Dad, look, aren't there people walking here?" Zhang Dianhai snorted and led Zhang Hualan into the hotel. When they entered the hotel lobby, the receptionist at the entrance and the lobby manager ran over to greet him warmly. "Hello, Mr. Zhang." Zhang Dianhai waved his hand and looked around the lobby. He saw Guan Xiaoxiang running towards him. Zhang Dianhai naturally knew Guan Xiaoxiang. He had seen a picture of him and his daughter. "Hello, Uncle Zhang." Guan Xiaoxiang quickly greeted him. "Guan Xiaoxiang, right?" Zhang Dianhai looked at Guan Xiaoxiang and saw Yang Ming and Little Wang behind him. He frowned. "These two are. They're my friends. They came with me," Guan Xiaoxiang said. "And this is all right. No need for introductions." Zhang Dianhai didn't want to hear the names of Guan Xiaoxiang's friends. In his opinion, Guan Xiaoxiang brought them here to freeload. After all, such a luxurious hotel wasn't for poor students like them. The other reason was probably to give him courage. But no matter what the reason was, Zhang Dianhai didn't care and didn't want to know. Guan Xiaoxiang was a little embarrassed, afraid that Yang Ming would be angry. He wanted to turn around and explain, but he saw Yang Ming shake his head at him. Only then did Guan Xiaoxiang let out a sigh of relief. "Foreman Wu, give me a VIP room." Zhang Dianhai ordered the lobby manager. The lobby manager wanted to remind Zhang Dianhai that Guan Xiaoxiang's two friends weren't ordinary people. They drove an Audi A8L, but he didn't have the chance. He couldn't say that in front of them, could he? Now that Zhang Dianhai had ordered him to find a room, Foreman Wu didn't have the chance to tell Zhang Dianhai. He could only go find a room first. Foreman Wu had a record of every guest's car. As soon as the car stopped and the guest alighted, a security guard would inform him. This way, Foreman Wu could better understand the level of the guest and provide more accurate service. Chapter 1864. After getting the room, Zhang Dianhai didn't say much to Foreman Wu. He led Zhang Hualan, Guan Xiaoxiang, Yang Ming, and Little Wang into the elevator. Zhang Hualan looked at Guan Xiaoxiang apologetically, but Guan Xiaoxiang gave her a reassuring smile. "Trust me, it'll be fine." "Okay." Zhang Hualan nodded. "What are you guys mumbling about?" Zhang Dianhai frowned. "Don't talk so much in the elevator. It's rude to let others see." Zhang Hualan stuck her tongue out. Guan Xiaoxiang was a little annoyed. How was talking in the elevator rude? But he was Zhang Hualan's father, so Guan Xiaoxiang couldn't say anything. The elevator stopped at the VIP floor on the top floor. Zhang Dianhai arrogantly led everyone to a large private room, pushed open the door, and took the lead to walk in. Guan Xiaoxiang looked at everything in front of him. It was just as his classmate had said. The level of luxury here was beyond his imagination. This was a place for the rich, and Zhang Hualan's father, Zhang Dianhai, was called Mr. Zhang by the people here. Could this hotel be his? Thinking of this, Guan Xiaoxiang was shocked. Zhang Hualan's family background was so powerful. Although he knew that Zhang Hualan's father was famous, he didn't know that he had such achievements. When Zhang Hualan mentioned her father, she only said a few vague words. Now, Guan Xiaoxiang felt more and more threatened. He felt that Zhang Dianhai was not here with good intentions. "Little Guan, you've never been to such a high-end hotel, right? Take your friends around and take pictures." Zhang Dianhai waved his hand and said casually. Zhang Dianhai was obviously looking down on Guan Xiaoxiang. His words were sharp and full of sarcasm, but Guan Xiaoxiang had never been to such a high-end place, so he couldn't refute it. Instead, he dragged Yang Ming into this. He smiled apologetically at Yang Ming. "Brother Yang, it's nothing. This is also my first time coming to Songshan's Songjiang International Hotel." Yang Ming smiled faintly. Yang Ming wasn't lying. It was indeed his first time coming to Songzhan City's Songjiang International Hotel, but it didn't mean that he hadn't been to other Songjiang International hotels before. However, Zhang Dianhai misunderstood Yang Ming's meaning. "You've borrowed Little Guan's glory. You should take a look this time. I'm afraid you won't have another chance in the future." "Oh, that's true. Maybe I won't come here for a few years," Yang Ming said lightly. Guan Xiaoxiang, of course, understood what Yang Ming was implying. He wanted to laugh, but he couldn't. He pursed his lips and looked at Zhang Hualan. Zhang Hualan, on the other hand, didn't know what to say, but she was curious about the friend Guan Xiaoxiang had brought. Why didn't he feel like he was being looked down upon? Couldn't he tell that his father was mocking him? "What are you eating? Order whatever you want. This restaurant has everything." Zhang Dianhai waved his hand and said, "Oh, then let's order a few more dishes," Yang Ming said faintly and picked up the menu. Zhang Dianhai looked at Yang Ming's casual behavior and frowned slightly. He thought to himself, "You're just a friend brought by Guan Xiaoxiang. Why are you pretending to be a host?" However, he didn't say anything. He was just trying to act cool. The more Yang Ming acted like he hadn't seen the world and liked to take advantage of the small things, the happier Zhang Dianhai was. "Order whatever you want," Zhang Dianhai said. "But if you miss this opportunity, you won't find another restaurant like this again. Xiaoxiang, since Uncle Zhang is so hospitable, let's order something expensive," Yang Ming said. "That? Okay." Guan Xiaoxiang asked Yang Ming to come here to help him, so he was curious about Yang Ming's inexperience. However, he also knew that Yang Ming wouldn't hurt him. He was definitely helping him, so he didn't say anything and waited for Yang Ming's next move. Yang Ming opened the menu and specifically ordered the expensive dishes. He ordered more than 10 dishes, all of which were extremely expensive. The total cost was in the tens of thousands. This made Zhang Dianhai's face darken. Although he was the vice president of this restaurant, his annual salary was only a little over $1 million. On average, it was only 100,000 a month. After deducting his personal income tax, there was only about 80,000 left. Yang Ming ordered 40 to 50,000 yuan worth of food. It was more than half of his monthly salary. How could he not feel bad? Even if he was the vice president of this restaurant, he still had to spend money to eat. At most, he could enjoy the VIP discount of 20%. That would still cost 30 to 40,000. Zhang Jianhai's face darkened as he glared at Yang Ming. You country bumpkin who hasn't seen the world. Aren't you afraid of dying from eating? Although he complained, he couldn't stop Yang Ming from ordering. If he didn't let Yang Ming order, wouldn't it mean that he didn't want to spend money? Then he wouldn't be able to achieve his goal. The main reason he asked Guan Xiaoxiang to come today was to let him experience the life of the upper class and show him how the rich enjoyed life. He didn't have money, so he couldn't give Zhang Hualan such a life in the future. Therefore, even if Zhang Jianhai's heart was bleeding, he could only pretend to be rich. He wouldn't stop Yang Ming from ordering. At most, he would complain a little. That's all. We can't finish any more than that. Xiaoxiang, see if there's anything else you want to add? Yang Ming said casually as he passed the menu to Guan Xiaoxiang. No need, that's all. Guan Xiaoxiang naturally wouldn't be as careless as Yang Ming. He waved his hand a little embarrassedly. Okay, that's all then, Yang Ming said to the waiter. The waiter looked at Zhang Dianhai. After all, Yang Ming had ordered expensive dishes that cost tens of thousands, so he had to ask for Zhang Dianhai's opinion. Although Zhang Dianhai felt bad, he couldn't do anything about it. He had already said what he wanted. He could only wave his hand and say, "That's all for now. Tell the kitchen to get it done as soon as possible. Tell them that they're my guests." Zhang Dianhai was constantly trying to show that he was in the privileged class and could be served first. "Yes, Mr. Zhang." The waiter got an affirmative answer and left with the order. Zhang Dianhai, on the other hand, cleared his throat and said to Guan Xiaoxiang, "Little Guan, do you know what I do? You're the general manager here?" Guan Xiaoxiang could roughly guess, but he was a little confused as to why Zhang Dianhai would suddenly ask him. "That's right. I'm the vice president here," Zhang Jianhai said proudly. "Now you know what Xiaolan's family does. You know the difference between you and Xiaolan, right?" Chapter 1865. Guan Xiaoxiang didn't expect Zhang Dianhai to be so direct and didn't know what to do. His face turned red and he couldn't say anything. "Uncle Zhang, I know your family is very powerful now, but I'm also working hard. I'm still a student, but I believe I can achieve great results in the future and give Xiaolan a good life." Future? Everyone knows how to say empty words. My old friends all said the same thing, but which one of them succeeded? Wasn't it just me? Zhang Dianhai snorted and said with some disdain, "So what you're saying is all empty words. Then how can I prove it?" Guan Xiaoxiang was still young and impulsive without Zhang Dianhai's provocation. "How? That's up to you. Why are you asking me?" Zhang Dianhai looked at Guan Xiaoxiang with a smile. "If it was up to me, then show me how you can earn 5 million in the next 2 days. If you can, then prove that you have the ability. If you can't, then I'm sorry, but I can't believe you. 5 million. Guan Xiaoxiang was stunned. "How is that possible? I don't have a single cent of capital right now. How can I earn 5 million? Whether it's possible or not isn't something for me to worry about. That's something for you to worry about." Zhang Dianhai smiled and said condescendingly, "If you need someone to teach you everything, then Xiaolan can't expect anything from you. Look at you. You don't even know how to earn 5 million, let alone a bigger business. But the first pot of gold is the hardest to earn," Guan Xiaoxiang retorted. "And to earn 5 million in one go is like a fool's dream. How many people can earn 5 million in one go? If there are more people, what can you show off?" Zhang Dianhai snorted. "It's not easy to prove your ability. Is 5 million a lot? I don't care if you're scamming people or finding people to invest, but I want to see 5 million in assets within 3 days, or don't come looking for Xiaolan in the future. It's hard for me to see your sincerity." "Dad, aren't you making things difficult for Xiaoxiang?" Zhang Hualan couldn't stand it anymore and said, "What do you know?" Zhang Dianhai interrupted his daughter. "How was this making things difficult? If I don't ask him to be strict, can he become something? You can only grow in adversity." Hee hee, I thought Uncle Zhang's requirements were high. It turns out that it's only 5 million? Yang Ming suddenly said, "This requirement is too low. It's not considered strict." GA. Zhang Dianhai looked at Yang Ming in bewilderment. He didn't know which side Yang Ming was speaking for. Isn't he Guan Xiaoxiang's friend? What did he mean by that? Was 5 million too little? Was it not enough to show off Guan Xiaoxiang's ability? However, since a fool had spoken, it was exactly what Zhang Dianhai wanted. It seems that I have underestimated Xiao Guan's strength. 5 million is indeed too little. 8 million then. Hearing Yang Ming speak, Guan Xiaoxiang's heart relaxed. He had been afraid that Yang Ming wouldn't care about him because Yang Ming hadn't said anything, so Guan Xiaoxiang had to fight on his own. Now that Yang Ming had said something, it meant that Yang Ming was going to intervene. Zhang Hualan didn't know who Yang Ming was, though. She thought he was a random friend that Guan Xiaoxiang had found. When she heard Yang Ming say something like that, she glared at Yang Ming angrily. Guan Xiaoxiang really didn't make a good friend. Why did he bring someone like that? He might as well not have brought someone like that. He's just a hindrance. Yang Ming pretended not to see Zhang Hualan's glare. He continued to look at Zhang Dianhai with a neutral expression. "Oh, 8 million? That's too little? You're really looking down on Xiaoxiang." GA. Zhang Dianhai was speechless. If it weren't for the fact that Yang Ming had ordered so many expensive dishes to scam him, he would have thought that Yang Ming was here to help him get rid of Guan Xiaoxiang. "Xiao Guan, looks like your friend isn't that simple. He has a lot of confidence in you." Zhang Dianhai laughed. "Since your friend thinks so highly of you, how about we set it at 10 million? 3 days? Let's not make it 3 days. Let's make it a week. If you can raise 10 million in a week, I'll betroth Xiaolan to you in front of everyone. How about that? 10 million? That's too little." At this moment, Yang Ming shook his head again and said disapprovingly, "And a week? That's a long time. Isn't that a bit too long?" GA? 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 Zhang Dianhai's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. He could accept that Yang Ming had helped him squeeze Guan Xiaoxiang in, but now he was being unreasonable. 10 million is too little? Then tell me, how much money can Xiaoxiang get? Oh, I was saying at least 100 million? Plus, a week is too long. How about a day? 100 million a day. Yang Ming said, "Let Xiaoxiang raise 100 million in a day. That's what I call awesome." Ha 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 ha. Zhang Dianhai burst out laughing after hearing Yang Ming's words. He really didn't care about the pain in his back. 100 million? How many people had 100 million? A company with 100 million in assets was rare in Songshan, let alone someone who could invest 100 million in someone else. Plus, he was investing in a nobody. This was a high-risk, low-return business. Who would do that? Yang Ming's words were like digging a grave for Guan Xiaoxiang to die. "Uncle Zhang, what are you laughing at? You think 100 million is too little?" Yang Ming asked. GA? Zhang Dianhai really thought that there was something wrong with Yang Ming's head. Why couldn't he tell that he was laughing? This was mockery, naked mockery. How could Yang Ming not understand? Zhang Dianhai said proudly, "If he can get 100 million in a day, not only will I let Xiaolan marry him, I'll listen to him at home. He'll be the head of our family." "Oh, so it's like that. Then I'll let Xiaoxiang get 100 million for you to see," Yang Ming said calmly. "But how do you prove that he got 100 million? Isn't that simple? Go to the bank and open an account in his name, then deposit 100 million for me to see." Zhang Dianhai looked at Yang Ming mockingly. "Okay, that's fair. Then let's eat first." Yang Ming nodded. Zhang Dianhai was very happy. He felt that treating Yang Ming to a meal that cost tens of thousands was worth it. This person was simply his lucky star. Previously, he had posed a problem of 5 million. Although it was a little difficult, Zhang Dianhai was afraid that Guan Xiaoxiang would use his father's name to borrow 5 million to make up the numbers. If that happened, it would be difficult to handle. Chapter 1866. But Zhang Jianhai couldn't ask for too much. 5 million was already a lot. If he had asked for 8 or 10 million, it would have been too much. Just as Zhang Jianhai was worrying about how he could increase Guan Xiaoxiang's offer, Yang Ming came knocking on his door. It was rare to see such a good deal. And so, Zhang Jianhai went with the flow and came up with the impossible mission of 100 million a day. Only then would he dare to say that he would listen to Guan Xiaoxiang from now on. Zhang Jianhai didn't believe that Guan Xiaoxiang could get 100 million in a day. That was an international joke. He didn't believe that there was such a thing. Xiaoxiang, what kind of person did you find? Zhang Hualan whispered to Guan Xiaoxiang. He's not helping you. He's hurting you. It shouldn't be. If Brother Yang said so, then there should be a way. Guan Xiaoxiang believed in Yang Ming. Someone that even his father looked up to shouldn't be an unreliable person who only knew how to boast. Plus, Yang Ming's 2 cars were pretty good. He should be a big boss. But what made Guan Xiaoxiang nervous was that Yang Ming had asked for 100 million a day. This was beyond Guan Xiaoxiang's imagination. But on the other hand, Guan Xiaoxiang was also very excited, because Yang Ming said that it meant that he was going to invest 100 million in him, because the money he said would not be taken back, but would be used for his own investment. With 100 million, his business would be built up quickly, and he would be able to climb to the top in the future. How could Guan Xiaoxiang not be excited? What can we do? It's 100 million. Even my family doesn't have that much money. Zhang Hualan looked at Yang Ming, annoyed. This guy's obviously here to mess things up, but Xiaoxiang is still on his side. And one day, isn't that a joke? I don't know about that, but I don't think Brother Yang would lie to me. Guan Xiaoxiang clenched his fist. Don't worry, Xiaolan. I won't lose you. Sigh. I can only take one step at a time. Zhang Hualan lowered her voice. If there's no other way, I'll run away from home. When the time comes, we'll elope. No, I won't let you live this kind of homeless life. Guan Xiaoxiang said firmly. Trust me, trust Brother Yang, we will be happy. Definitely. Zhang Hualan saw that Guan Xiaoxiang trusted Yang Ming so much and didn't say anything else, but she didn't think much of it, no matter how she looked at it. This Yang Ming seemed like a shameless person who was deliberately trying to curry favor with her father in order to get food and drinks. Zhang Jianhai couldn't care less about what his daughter was saying to Guan Xiaoxiang. He could say whatever he wanted. After 24 hours, if Guan Xiaoxiang couldn't come up with the 100 million, then he would have to get the hell out of here. Little Guan, I think you'd better not waste your time here. Think of a way to get 100 million first. Zhang Jianhai said indifferently. You still need to eat, don't you? Otherwise, wouldn't it be a waste to order so many good dishes? I haven't eaten the dishes of the Songjiang International Hotel's chef in Songshan City yet, Yang Ming said with a smile. The reason why he ordered some of the signature dishes was to see the chef's skills. He didn't expect Jing Xiaolu and Guo Jianchao to be so successful in the hotel industry. They managed all the branches so neatly in such a short time. In fact, what Yang Ming didn't know was that the Douglas Vast Hotel itself had a perfect management system. Jing Xiaolu only needed to make some slight changes, and she could use it directly. That was why she could manage so many hotel branches so easily. One after another, all kinds of dishes were placed on the table. Yang Ming didn't hold back. He picked up his chopsticks and started eating. The taste is really good. Everyone try it. It's delicious. Zhang Jianhai looked at Yang Ming mockingly. Did he think that he was the host? Let everyone try it. He couldn't tell who was treating, right? However, Zhang Jianhai didn't say much because it didn't matter what Yang Ming did. His goal had been achieved. Yang Ming could do whatever he wanted, especially when Yang Ming spoke up for him. He didn't care even more. Little Guan, you try it too. The next time you eat here will be after you get 100 million. Zhang Jianhai was clearly mocking Guan Xiaoxiang for never coming back here again. He didn't believe that Guan Xiaoxiang would be able to get 100 million. Xiaolan, you eat some too? Guan Xiaoxiang heard Yang Ming say so he picked up his chopsticks. However, he saw that Zhang Hualan hadn't eaten yet, so he said, How can I be so generous? Can I eat? Zhang Hualan was about to cry. Why is this Guan Xiaoxiang still acting like nothing happened? Can't he stand up and say something? Those words just now were said by Yang Ming, not Guan Xiaoxiang. It didn't represent Guan Xiaoxiang. As long as he stood up and denied it, Zhang Hualan believed that no matter how shameless her father was, he wouldn't be able to force Yang Ming's promise on Guan Xiaoxiang. Hurry up and talk to my dad. That wasn't your idea. You know that 5 million is enough. With Uncle Guan's ability, 5 million shouldn't be a problem, right? 100 million it is. I believe in Yang Ji. Guan Xiaoxiang shook his head. Why do you trust him so much? Zhang Hualan was anxious. I think he's clearly trying to harm you. He's not doing this for your own good. I can only believe in him. Because before I came here, I had an argument with my dad. My dad wouldn't give me any money, and he wouldn't let me use his name to start a company. I had a falling out with him. Guan Xiaoxiang said helplessly. But luckily I met Yang Ji, and he was willing to help me. Him? How can he help you? Can he help you get 100 million? Zhang Hualan clearly didn't believe that Yang Ming could help Guan Xiaoxiang. He can. He should be able to. Guan Xiaoxiang nodded. Sigh. I don't know what to say to you. Just trust him. When the time comes, my dad will ask you to break up with me. Don't regret it. Zhang Hualan was furious. Why is this Guan Xiaoxiang so rigid? What's wrong with eloping? Why does he have to insist on such a principle? Zhang Dianhai watched proudly as Yang Ming wolfed down the food on the table. He was even more certain that Yang Ming was here to scam him for food and drink. What he said before was just to get on his good side, so that he could eat more smoothly. Thinking of this, Zhang Dianhai was even more relieved. Little Guan, you guys stop talking. Hurry up and eat. This is tens of thousands. Don't waste it. Chapter 1867. The parking lot security guard of Songshan City's Songjiang International Hotel suddenly stopped on the windshield of an Audi A8L during his routine patrol. In the windshield of the car, several passes were placed. There were Mingyang Entertainment Company Headquarters Access Pass, Mingyang Security Company Pass, Songjiang International Hotel Internal Parking Pass, Mingyang Escort Company Pass, and some special passes issued by some special departments. This made the parking lot security guard widen his eyes. He looked at the license plate number of the car, Song BK 9999. Isn't this the license plate number of Songjiang? This car has so many passes of various companies under the Mingyang Group. Then the identity of the owner of this car. The security guard was shocked. Songshan City's Songjiang International Hotel belonged to the Songjiang International Hotel Group. The parent company was Mingyang Entertainment Company, Limited. The director of the car actually had the access pass of the Mingyang Entertainment Company's headquarters and the passes of various industries under the Mingyang Group. Could it be that the senior management of the group's headquarters is visiting incognito? Thinking of this possibility, the security guard was shocked. He quickly took the walkie-talkie and called the security captain. Boss, something big happened. Come to the parking lot in front of the door, third row left. I'm 012. I'm waiting here. Security 012 shouted. What's wrong? What happened? I'm going now. The security captain was shocked when he heard the tone of Security 012. What happened? The security captain quickly put down the work in his hand and rushed to the parking lot. He saw Security 012. What happened? What happened? The security captain looked all the way and didn't find anything big. Everything was fine. Only Security 012 was standing here. It didn't look like something big happened at all. Captain, look at this car. Security 012 pointed at the Audi A8L in the parking lot and said carefully, What's wrong with this car? Isn't it just an Audi A8L? What's so strange about it? The security captain frowned and thought to himself, You call me here in such a hurry just to show me this Audi A8L? Are you kidding me? Although this car is relatively rare, it's not that it doesn't exist. There are many of them in the city, and they often enter and leave the hotel. No, look at the license plate of his car. Security 012 stuttered. However, before Security 012 finished speaking, he was interrupted by the security captain with a wave of his hand. Do you have nothing to do? You call me here just to see the license plate of this car? 9,999? What does it have? I've seen 8,888 before. What's so strange about that? Are you new here? Haven't seen the world? No, boss. Security guard 012 said, feeling wronged. What do you mean? If you continue to dawdle, I'll deduct 100 yuan from you. He was really looking for trouble. Just keep an eye on the car. Which of the people who came here to eat wasn't rich? What's so strange about an Audi A8L with 49 license plates? The security captain waved his hand impatiently and turned to leave. Boss, take a closer look. The license plate of this car is from Songjiang and inside the car. However, this time, Security 012 didn't finish and was interrupted by the security captain. You can see the flowers if you look closely. Wasn't it normal for rich people from other places to eat here? What's so strange about it? That's ridiculous. The security captain said. Boss, let me finish. Security 012 was anxious. Okay, then tell me. I'll see what you have to say. If it's useless, then don't blame me for deducting your salary. The security captain held back his anger and said, Okay. Security 012 nodded and said in one breath, Boss, look inside the windshield of this car. There's so many passes. Look at the issuing organization on the pass. Oh? The security captain looked at the pass in the car. At first glance, he was shocked. He wasn't stupid. He immediately thought of the possibility. You mean, someone from the headquarters came? Is there any other possibility? Security 012 was a little proud. He thought, didn't you say that what I said was useless? Now you're scared too, right? The owner of this car is definitely not simple, but I haven't heard of a leader from the headquarters coming down to check. The security captain looked at the car in confusion. He wanted to see some clues, but he couldn't see anything. No, I have to call President Liu immediately. President Liu was Liu Dian, the general manager of the Songjiang International Hotel in Songshan City. I just saw President Zhang's car coming. Should we inform President Zhang? Security 012 said. President Zhang came with his family. It's not good for us to disturb, right? The security captain hesitated and said, Let's inform President Liu first. Let's see what President Liu says. Okay, then let's find President Liu first. Security 012 nodded. Liu Dian was sleeping in his mistress's villa when an ear-piercing phone call rang, giving him a big fright. He glanced at it. It was the security captain. If it were someone else, he would have hung up directly. Hello, Zhao. What's the matter? I'm on vacation today. Why are you calling? Although Liu Dian picked up the phone, his tone was still a little unhappy. President Liu, I have a big matter to report to you, said the security captain, Zhao. What's the big matter? Liu Dian frowned and asked. In the hotel parking lot, a car came. The owner seems to have a lot of status. President Liu, do you want to come over? The security captain said carefully. Who doesn't have status when they come to our hotel to eat? You wanted to go over just for a car. Isn't this tormenting people? Just pretend I didn't see it. When Liu Dian heard this, he was a little unhappy. They didn't say anything before they came. Naturally, they didn't want me to come out. If they needed me, they would have called long ago. Who doesn't have my phone number in Songshan City? President Liu, it's not someone from Songshan City. The security captain quickly explained, this is a car from Songshan City. The license plate number is Songshan BK 9999. The security captain said, I don't care where his car is. What's wrong with a car from Songshan City? Liu Dian was a little impatient because he heard the mistress calling him over after she finished heating the bath water. Okay, that's it. I won't say any more. Wait, President Liu, listen to me. The security captain was a little anxious. He thought, why is President Liu so anxious? Why don't you wait for me to finish? But thinking about it, didn't I just treat Security 012 like this? It seems that it's not the pot calling the kettle black. Chapter 1868. Then hurry up and say it. Lou Dian was still fine as he didn't hang up the phone. President Lou, in the windshield of that car, there are a bunch of passes. Those passes are from the headquarters. The security captain was afraid that Lou Dian would hang up the phone, so he said it all in one breath. What? A bunch of passes? From the headquarters? Lou Dian was stunned. Tell me, what's going on? It's like this, President Lou. I'm right next to the car. The security captain quickly said, the passes on the car are Ming Yang Entertainment Company Headquarters Pass, Ming Yang Security Company Pass, Songjiang International Hotel Internal Parking Pass, Ming Yang Escort Company Pass. Huh? So many? Lou Dian was shocked. These are the headquarters of the group in Songjiang, and some of the subsidiary companies of the group headquarters. Then, the identity of the owner of this car. Thinking of this, Lou Dian suddenly broke into a cold sweat. He blamed himself for hanging up the phone just now. If this phone call was really hung up, he would probably be done for. Lou Dian was originally from Songjiang City. He was originally an ordinary executive of the Songjiang International Hotel. He was just lucky that the branch hotel was bought. He was short of senior management, so he was appointed to work in Songshan City. Therefore, he had a deep understanding of Songjiang City's Mingyang Group. A person who could enter and leave all the companies related to the group was definitely not a small figure. Maybe it was a shocking figure. And this person suddenly came to Songshan City. What was his intention? Was it a private visit, or was he dissatisfied with him and wanted to investigate him? Lou Dian recalled what he did after coming to Songshan City. There was nothing out of the ordinary. He didn't take advantage of the hotel. His salary was already quite high, so he didn't need to use the hotel to earn money. After all, the management was very standard. He also understood how his boss Bao suddenly got rich, so he didn't dare to embezzle public funds. Other than having a mistress, Lou Dian couldn't find any other crime. Thinking of this, Lou Dian's heart was slightly relieved. Thinking about it carefully, since the other party blatantly drove a car with a headquarters pass, he definitely wasn't here for a secret visit. He was probably just passing by to have a meal or stay here temporarily. Thinking of this, Lou Dian felt that his opportunity to perform had come. He quickly said to the security captain, "Wait for me. I'll be right there." "Okay, I'll wait for you in the parking lot, President Lou," the security captain said. Lou Dian hung up the phone and quickly put on his clothes. The mistress had already prepared the bathwater. After waiting for a long time, she didn't see Lou Dian come over. She was a little anxious. When she returned to the bedroom to take a look, she saw Lou Dian putting on his clothes. She was stunned. "Dian, what are you doing? Why are you wearing clothes? Didn't he say he was going to take a shower? I've already prepared the bathwater for you. There's an important matter at the hotel. I have to rush over immediately," Lou Dian said as he put on his clothes faster. "What is it? Can't you wait a while before going? Good person. I've been waiting for you for a long time." The second mistress started acting coquettishly. "Stop fooling around," Lou Dian shouted sternly. "I have a serious matter that concerns my future. Someone from the headquarters is here. I have to go." When the second mistress heard that there was an important matter, and it was related to Lou Dian's future, she didn't dare to stop him anymore. She nodded quickly and didn't say anything else. Lou Dian went out the door and quickly got in the car. He rushed to the International Hotel. In the parking lot, Lou Dian saw the security captain and quickly stopped the car beside him. "Zhao, where's the car?" "President Lou, you're here." The security captain quickly saluted Lou Dian and said, "President Lou, the car is here." "Look, oh, is it this car?" Lou Dian got out of the car and looked at the Audi A8L that Zhao pointed at. When he saw the pass in the windshield of the car, his face suddenly changed. "It really is from the group headquarters. However, I know their real purpose. Yeah, I also felt that it was a serious matter, so I informed President Lou at the first moment." The security captain said quickly. "Do you know which private room the guest in the car is in?" asked Lou Dian. "I'm not sure about this, but you can ask the lobby manager." The security captain said, "After we wait for the guest to enter, we will report the guest's car model and license plate number to him, so that he can respond accordingly. Then hurry up and ask," Lou Dian urged. "Yes, I will ask now." The security captain picked up the captain's phone. Is this Foreman Wu? I'm Zhao from the security team. Captain Zhao, I'm Little Wu. Please speak. Foreman Wu's voice came from the walkie-talkie. I want to ask which private room did the passenger in the Audi A8L of song BK 9999 go to? Asked the security captain. This. Captain Zhao, is there a problem with her car? Foreman Wu obviously didn't realize the situation of the matter. He thought that there was a problem with the car. Captain Zhao, I will remind you privately that this car belongs to President Zhang's guest. If there is a problem, you can deal with it at your discretion. President Zhang's guest? The security captain Zhao was stunned. You mean Vice President Zhang? Lu Dian's face also changed. This Zhang Dianhai's power is quite big. He has just been appointed as the vice president, and he has a relationship with the people of the group headquarters. Does he want to replace me? Thinking of this, Lu Dian's face was even more gloomy. He grabbed Zhao's walkie-talkie. Little Wu, what's the matter? Are you saying that the people in this car are Zhang Dianhai's guests? President Lu? Foreman Wu was also stunned, but he didn't dare to ask more. He quickly replied, yes, they followed President Zhang and went to the VIP private room upstairs. Which private room? Asked Lu Dian. Number 8. Foreman Wu didn't dare to hide anything. Damn, Lu Dian cursed in his heart. Fortunately, the security captain Zhao's eyes were sharp. Otherwise, if he missed this opportunity and let Zhang Dianhai take the lead, this guy might step on his head. No, I can't be weaker than him. Thinking of this, Lu Dian quickly ran into the hotel. The security captain Zhao and the security guard 012 didn't dare to chase after him. They could only stand here and help Lu Dian watch the car. Because when Lu Dian got off, he didn't lock the car. Lu Dian ran into the hotel lobby and ignored Foreman Wu's greeting. He ran directly into the elevator and came to the floor of the VIP area. He got off the elevator and ran toward the number 8 private room. Chapter 1869. Dang, dang, dang. Lu Dian knocked on the door of the private room with a nervous mood. Please come in. Zhang Dianhai thought it was the waiter, so he didn't care and said directly. When Lu Dian heard Zhang Dianhai's voice, he couldn't help but feel angry. He thought, this Zhang Dianhai is really something. He got involved with the people from the group headquarters so quickly. However, he quietly opened the door and pretended that he didn't know Zhang Dianhai was there. He walked into the private room and said loudly, I'm the manager of this restaurant, Lu Dian. I represent the Songjiang International Hotel to propose a toast to all the distinguished guests. Huh? When Zhang Dianhai saw Lu Dian come in, he was suddenly stunned. He didn't know what Lu Dian wanted to do. He looked at Lu Dian inexplicably. President Lu, what are you doing? This is my family coming to eat. How can there be any distinguished guests? Lu Dian was also stunned. Why is this Zhang Dianhai saying that this is a family banquet? Could it be that he has a relative who is a senior member of the group headquarters? Thinking of this possibility, Lu Dian's heart suddenly skipped a beat. Family banquet? Yeah, this is my daughter, Zhang Hualan. Zhang Dianhai introduced to Lu Dian. This is my daughter, Xiaolan's classmate, Xiaolan's suitor. I just happened to come and talk to this kid to see if he is qualified to be my son-in-law. Lu Dian was even more inexplicable. Did I make a mistake? There are no people from the group headquarters here at all? Listening to Zhang Dianhai's tone, it didn't seem like there were people from the group headquarters at all. If there were people from the group headquarters, then could he still talk in this tone? The other few are friends brought by this suitor. Zhang Dianhai introduced, President Lu, what can I do for you? Zhang Dianhai was also somewhat inexplicable about Lu Dian suddenly coming in to propose a toast. He didn't know what Zhang Dianhai's real purpose was. Lu Dian turned his head and glanced at the so-called friend of Zhang Dianhai's daughter's suitor. At first glance, he was shocked. Wang Lin, sitting next to the banquet, was the former security captain of the Songjiang International Hotel in Songjiang City. Wang Lin. Of course, Lu Dian knew Wang Lin. He was also the management of the Song International Hotel in Songjiang City, and he had met Wang Lin before. This Wang Lin was chosen because he was chosen by the highest person in charge of the group. He became his chauffeur and became successful. Now he had become a big figure in the group. Although he was just a chauffeur, this kind was someone who was a person who was close to the emperor. Wang Lin. Wang Lin's was Dian was a good opportunity if that was Dian's STT him was T. Was his TS. Zhang Dian's eyes widened. He looked at Lu Dian in confusion. Why'd he call Guan Xiaoxiang's friend brother? Did he make a mistake? Little Wang recognized Lu Dian, but Yang Ming didn't say anything, so he didn't greet Lu Dian. Now that Lu Dian recognized him, Little Wang said lightly, I'm just a chauffeur. Wherever Brother Yang goes, I'll be there. Brother Yang? Huh? Lu Dian almost fell to the ground when he heard Little Wang's words. Brother Yang? Isn't that the person behind the group? It is said that the chairman, Jing Xiaolu, is his lover. Brother Yang is here? Lu Dian looked at the other young man beside Little Wang who was eating at the table. Could this person be Brother Yang? Thinking of this, Lu Dian felt that it was very possible. Everyone was looking at him, but this young man could eat calmly. He must be a big shot. Hello, Brother Yang. Lu Dian carefully stood beside Yang Ming and said respectfully, I'm the manager here, Lu Dian. I'm at your service. Oh, the food here is good. It's delicious, Yang Ming said lightly. Thank you for the compliment, Brother Yang. Lu Dian was overjoyed. It seemed that Yang Ming didn't have any bad feelings for him and even praised him. This made Lu Dian very happy. Seeing Lu Dian's flattering attitude, Zhang Dian was a little confused. He didn't know what Lu Dian was doing. What, Brother Wang and Brother Yang? What the hell is going on? Did Lu Dian know these two people? Mr. Lu Yu? Zhang Dian didn't know what was going on. Of course, the most excited person was Guan Xiaoxiang. He clenched his fist, and his breathing became rapid. He looked at Yang Ming and Lu Dian excitedly. This Lu Dian was so respectful to Yang Ming. Also, listening to his tone, it seemed like he was reporting to Yang Ming. Could this hotel be? Thinking of a possibility, Guan Xiaoxiang suddenly opened his eyes wide. He couldn't believe his guess. But the truth should be as he guessed. This hotel was Yang Ming's. This hotel was originally a chain from Songjiang, and Yang Ming was also from Songjiang. Plus, Lu Dian, the hotel manager, was so respectful to Yang Ming's driver. One could imagine the reason behind this. Zhang Dian, what's wrong with you? Is this how you treat the higher-ups of the group? Lu Dian looked at Zhang Dian seriously. Aren't you tarnishing the hotel's reputation? Higher UPS of the group? What do you mean? Zhang Dian was a little confused. This is Brother Yang. Lu Dian really didn't know how to introduce Yang Ming at this moment because Yang Ming didn't have any shares in the Ming Yang group now, and he didn't hold any positions. However, Lu Dian had a countermeasure. Brother Yang is the investor of the Ming Yang group. President Jing is Brother Yang's girlfriend. Huh? Zhang Dian opened his mouth in disbelief like a big toad. He naturally knew who Jing Xiaolu was, but she was someone he couldn't reach. At this time, when he heard that the young man in front of him was the investor of the group and also Jing Xiaolu's boyfriend, he was a little stunned. How is this possible? Isn't he Guan Xiaoxiang's friend? Isn't he here to freeload? How did he become the investor of the group? What kind of awesome identity is this? How could he be with Guan Xiaoxiang? You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.